Start up. Ready to go there, I got the nod. Good evening, everyone. It is Monday, September 28th. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Lacombe City Council. It's 5 p.m. and I will call the meeting to order. Just so everyone realizes that Councillor Ross communicated that he will not be attending this evening. You have the agenda before you. After a couple hours of presentations and some other requests for a decision and whatnot, is there any adjustments to the agenda for consideration? Councillor Hibbs?
Unless there are some, I would move the agenda be accepted as presented.
Thank you. Anyone? No, not seeing any. All those in favor? Very good, thank you. So we're going to move right into presentations then. And our first group up is the Lacombe Police Commission, headed by Chair Corey Gish. Thank you for attending.
Thanks for having us.
I see you've got some assistance today.
I do, Mayor Creasy. I'm pleased to welcome and introduce our latest commission member. Her name is Elaine Willett-Larson. She joins us out of the East Country, has moved to Lacombe as part of the draw that we have in our lovely community. So I would like to introduce her to the commission, to the council.
Thank you very much. I had the pleasure of meeting you earlier, and welcome aboard, Elaine. We appreciate your service. Thank you. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. You may notice Chief Limhagen is not in attendance. The commission did feel that it was important for all parties to recognize that this is the commission presenting the budget, not the chief. So we just thought that this would be a good precedent to set going forward. The chief, of course, plays a large role in preparation, as does financial services. Thank you, Mr. Reyes. At the end of it all, it's the commission's role to prepare, approve, and present the budget for council. So for budgeting, the commission was given direction from council in June to develop the budget in contemplation of the 0% increase. We were advised that the CAO would continue to develop possible replacement strategies or exit plans for some of our variable third-party revenue, and that we were to budget for an additional expense of $100,000 as a transfer to build an operational reserve. And the point of this, of course, was arising from our meetings with the CAO to try to assist with managing some of the uncontrollable variables that we've seen that have caused us struggles over the last couple of years. So for the budget in front of you, you'll see just in the summary that we are requesting council to allow a $36,653 increase in the Lacombe Police Service budget, which is about a 1% increase. I do note that the summary says 39,000, but it looks like we must have found another 3, and it just didn't get updated in the summary. So I'll highlight some of the key factors that bring the commission to formulate this request. The first is just reviewing some of the revenues. The service does continue to pursue and anticipate revenues from third-party sources. We are anticipating a continued decrease in third-party criminal record check contracts that's shown in our budgeting. But we're also pursuing alternate sources of revenue, including a contract that's been negotiated to provide dispatching services for community police officers. In pursuit of enhancing traffic safety in the city, the position of community liaison will be replaced by a designated traffic services position. The commission anticipates that this designated role will increase enforcement of traffic offenses, and ultimately, as a result, although not the priority, will increase some of our fine revenue, so we budgeted for that as well. The revenues also include a full budget year of reimbursement to the service for the 1 member that has been seconded to the ALERT, the Alberta Law Enforcement Response Team. So that's an in and out with revenue and expense. On the expense side, the Lacombe Police Association collective bargaining agreement expires at the end of this year. Our budget is anticipating a 0% wage increase. but the budget does reflect the regimented seniority wage increases that all city departments are facing and accounting for. The budget does anticipate that the service will maintain its current authorized strength with no growth in the number of sworn members or admin positions. Like any other department or business, the service does face ongoing challenges to cover vacation leaves, sick leaves, injuries, and training absences. The service is bound under the Police Act to maintain minimum levels of staffing. For the 2020 budget year, the service was managing its revenue loss by delaying and deferring many things, including replacing an empty position in the sworn members. For 2021, the commission is proposing that position be filled, so it's not a new position, it's filling an empty position, simply because continuing to defer expenses isn't a healthy way to manage expenses. It just creates holes that we eventually have to fill at some point. The expenses do show a $55,000 increase in transfer to capital reserves over the 2020 budget. This is required to keep the service on track with its long-term capital vehicle replacement plan. Again, this was an item that has been used to manage different deficits, and again, the commission says we can't do that. We need to make sure that we're staying on track for our vehicle replacement budgets. The expenses all show a new $50,000 expense line to create an annual commitment to providing operational reserves to internally guard against the revenue expense uncertainties that the service has experienced. $100,000 was what the CAO had recommended. When we looked at the budget, we felt for the first year that we could afford to start out with $50,000, but we've also then decreased our anticipated revenues for third parties. So we feel like we've met the spirit of the $100,000 operational reserve, and we'll try to keep pursuing that strategy for just guarding against uncertainties. And then finally, just the highlights on the expense budget. It does reflect a change in the manner that the police service is going to deal with its existing IT needs, as well as an anticipated increase in IT needs at the service as the province moves to e-ticketing. And there's a new program where there are roadside stops that are going to be issued more as an e-ticket rather than a full impaired process. So there's just a lot of changes coming about, trying to create some efficiencies in the police service that will cost and require a lot of IT service. So some things just I'll ask the council to consider when they are reviewing the budget and when they're comparing the cost of the service to the overall picture inside the city. You know, one of the comments that we see, and I know that always causes the council concern, is that it appears that the police budget has just completely mushroomed or marshmallowed and expanded over the last few years. It's easy then to take a look at our budget and see it as a place where we can hope to see some changes. We know that the council has had an in-service. They understand that at some point in time over the years of the police service, we were able to use the photo radar revenues to try to catch the service up to proper service levels. So we had been woefully behind in per capita police representation, and that was caught up. And it's been about 5 years that we've been maintaining that, and you'll see that when you look at the old numbers compared to the new numbers. We definitely, the police service did react, of course, to try to replace some of the AP income with the third-party record checks. And again, over the last few years, the council and the commission have both seen that there's some benefits, but there's also some pitfalls. So with respect to staffing levels and wage expense lines, the commission is asking the council to remember that in a 24-hour cycle, most other departments have 1 8-hour level of staffing. The police commission has 3 8-hour shifts in any given day. So we have seen over the last couple of years that despite authorized strengths allowing for policing teams of 4, what the service faces is with vacation, injury, sick leave, training leave, that the police service is actually operating with the minimum statutory number of officers, which is 2 on any shift. In 2019, 37% of the time, we only had 2 officers available to put on shift. 35% of the time, we had 3 members to put on shift, and 17% of the time, we had 4 members available to put on shift. So, as much as it might seem like we seem to have a lot of officers in town, we have a lot of shifts to cover and a lot of other factors involved in why we have to replace members or manage our human resources to make sure we have enough people on time. In 2019, our annual report reported that calls for service were 6,953. On a calculation of 730 shifts in a year, that averages to about 9.5 calls per service or per 8-hour shift of the police service. So once the calls are responded to, the police service then has to follow up with prisoner management. The members must complete the investigations and then pay for the investigations. So depending on the situation, the investigation process takes days or months. So it's not simply a matter of, I've gone and I picked up my guy, I've given him a ticket and I've walked away. In the 9.5 calls for service that come every shift, there's then all of the follow-up work that has to happen after that. Once the investigation is complete, then we also have to send officers to court. COVID has saved us a lot of overtime for that, but so in 2020, we'll hopefully see some decreases in those costs. Another question that the commission often encounters is just the question of why we need so many admin staff in the service. Right now, we have 8 full-time admin, 2 part-time, and 4 casual staff. So that's what we're aiming to have. Again, with illnesses and replacements, it's always a bit of a fluctuation. So we do have 4 admin that work Monday to Friday. We have the support team leader, the court liaison, the front counter, and the full-time record check person. We then have 2 part-time people who support the front desk and the record checks. We also have 4 full-time admin staff who work the dispatch system. So again, the dispatch system is 24/7, so 21 shifts to be covered by full-time people. We then have the 2 casual staff to help cover those absences because this is a position that just cannot be left vacant. So I am advised that some of the increase in support staff over the last few years actually started in 2016 when the city determined, or the police service determined, that we needed to bring dispatch back into the city rather than contracting it out to the RCMP. And so again, I wasn't here at the time, but my understanding was that from a cost analysis that we weren't losing money, we were paying the RCMP that or we were doing it in-house. The chief reports that since returning dispatch to Lacombe, we've had fewer complaints about calls and faster response times. So we do see in the community surveys that the community tends to be fairly content with response times and their service from the dispatch system. Another budget increase, again, just to keep in mind when you're looking at the big picture, is since we have the fortune of the new police service building, it has added about $290,000 worth of cost to our budgets. That's part of our operations. So I appreciate the group of you letting me have my soliloquy and just ask you to consider things when you're looking at the budget. But I'll just end with a quick summary for you. We're increasing operational reserves by $50,000. We're increasing capital reserves by $55,000. We're decreasing IT expenses by about $100,000. We're managing the annual seniority-based wage increases. We're anticipating a reduction in third-party contract income of about $55,000. We're adding another source of revenue with dispatch for about $60,000. We're adding traffic enforcement revenue anticipated at $100,000, and we will be operating with full authorized strength. To do this, we are asking council to consider an increase in our budget of $36,000. And I'm using rough numbers clearly. So about 1%. That is my submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate it, Chair Gish. I don't see a lot of hands up, so perhaps if I have a couple clarifications on there. You read off quite a few statistics. Ones that I found interesting was the allocation of numbers of officers over percentage of time of the year.
Yes.
And I'm not noting the accuracy of the numbers. I'm just curious as to why the staffing budget is not far under targets then, because I think it was only 17% of the time they actually had 4 officers. Is that?
Yeah,
that number's
17%
correct?
of the time in 2019. And in terms of, this is where I will say that I don't have the details, I've just gotten the stats done. But in terms of lost costs, it's a matter of who's on shift. So it doesn't mean they're not at work, doesn't mean they're at court, doesn't mean they've covered someone else, so they have to take the shift off. So I'm sure there are a lot of variables in terms of who's on shift,
Right.
but it's mostly meant as an example of, we're struggling to cover the shifts at our ideal rate because we're taking time to, we still have to take time to train, we have to manage it if someone's need gets blown and all of a sudden we don't have an officer, so we're having to change shifts.
And
So
I'm sorry, I'm not doubting those kind of challenges. The part that I find interesting is when I speak with other mayors of the similar population size, we have a very strong complement of officers. Some places we have triple per capita, and I know that's only one metric. That's not an overall thing, but I'm just curious. I guess I just don't understand how they are able to function as a service with a third as many officers per population, and yet they still seem to meet provincial guidelines and minimum numbers and all this. Because quite honestly, when I read this, this plan was developed to meet staffing levels at which LPS can meet its legal and professional obligations. If I was someone in the public reading this for the first time, I would think, holy smokes, we barely have enough officers to exist. Like, it makes it sound there's an imminent issue of imminent shortage of officers because we're just barely meeting our legal requirements, when either there's a whole lot of municipalities in Alberta that are so far behind the minimum requirements, or this is not accurate. It's going to be the two things.
I'm not reading that the message was intended to say we're aiming it hard, but the message is meant to say this is our ideal staffing level. This is what we'd like to see, this is what we're asking for. And when we don't have it, it causes simply a reduction in what we're allowed to do for policing. But when the mayor asks us, Mr. Mayor, if you're asking us to explain why we're different than this community or that, I need to know which community. I need to know, for us to be able to differentiate between, is this an RCMP service and they're simply not getting as much coverage? Is this a 24-hour police service? So we need to be able to understand which community you're comparing us to so that we can explain some of the differences.
Which is absolutely fair, and I didn't expect you to have those kind of figures off the top of your head. It's just, I'm not talking about a 10 or 20% difference here. I'm talking orders of magnitude difference in the numbers of officers per population. So somewhere something is amiss.
So I guess, again, on behalf of the commission, I would like some disclosure as to what you're seeing so that as a commission, we can compare what we're seeing and the information that we're being provided with so that we can challenge the service as to whether or not what they're doing is appropriate. But we need to be able to see what you're seeing.
Yeah, and I'm just not comfortable mentioning it publicly because
Fair enough.
At this point, but I'm happy to share with you or the commission at a later date so that we can work through it, because there probably are some very easy answers to a portion of it. But when the difference is that big, I would suggest there's some work to be done somewhere.
And ultimately, I think it gets down to the council does give us the budget, and from that budget, then we assess what we can hire and what we can do with it. So we're presenting you what we'd like to see, and it's in your plate to decide what we can have.
Oddly enough, the mayor of that community is an ex-chief of police.
Interesting.
Almost said the exact same words as you just did. So thank you for that. Councillor Hibbs.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess it would be beneficial perhaps, especially for the public, to know how it is that the police commission arrives at what their desired service levels are, because that's kind of what we're talking about. The police commission has decided, given the budget they have, that they want to provide X service. So I guess it would be helpful to know how it is that was arrived at.
Well, I don't know that. I think it's actually the other way around. This is what we're recommending, as what we need for service levels. This is what we think is working. This is why we think it's working. And so that we're asking council to endorse the service levels that we're suggesting. So in terms of where we come up with it, of course, we're hearing from the police service. The police service has an annual Police Act audit that tells us what we're complying with and what we're not complying with. The last two audits, the police service has done very well. We've had some suggestions for additional bodies that are needed for statistics and things like that, which sometimes as a commissioner makes you go, it's funny, a statistician just said we need another statistician in the police service. So we have to guard that. But I think we're taking a look at with all the legislative requirements that the service needs to meet. It's a lot of work to do. And so that when we look at the number of calls that the city's getting and average that out to 9.5 calls per shift, there's enough work here.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not about whether we're overstaffed from a work point of view. It's about whether council thinks we're overstaffed from a budget point of view.
Mm-hmm.
Chief Covey? So I do want to, unfortunately, I need to draw your attention to one particular line in the budget that I think is worth discussing while the chair is here to answer any questions you might have. And that is the information services recovery. So traditionally, this has been a budget line that is meant to account for the transfer from the Lacombe Police Service into the administrative arm of the municipality to account for services provided from the municipal organization to the Lacombe Police Service. So these would be things like AP, accounts receivable, your payroll, WCB, collective bargaining, benefits administration, the software that we have, all of the IT technology is purchased through this transfer, so it accounts for all of your equipment reserves for IT equipment. This year's IT expenditure in support of the Lacombe Police Service for just the equipment purchases will be around $140,000. So you'll see that in the past, this number has been, and I just have to 2018 in front of me. So it's 275,000, 257,000, 246,000, 235,000, 272,000, and then we're halfway through the year, so this year it's only 136 now, but it's 272, so 272 overall year. And so this is the single transfer that you have coming out of the police service into administration for these services provided. It is to council's discretion whether you had that at 500,000, 250,000, 0, that you can choose whatever you want. The effect, of course, being if you look at a per capita cost of policing or a per officer cost of policing, you could be arbitrarily lowering or raising these values if you're making significant swings. And so you, like myself, have accepted or inherited, I should say, a system where the transfer was set at around $275,000 and accounts for all of these services provided. The budget proposed for 2021 by the Police Commission includes $61,000 for this item, leaving you with a shortfall in your municipal operations of $185,000. So when the position is that there's a total net increase of $39,403 over the 2020 budget, I would say asterisks, big asterisks. In my opinion, and you will see this when you try to look at your overall budget, that number is $220,000. The difference being when you're a single division or department within the municipality, you can externalize potentially some of these costs, and that's what's happened here to the tune of about $185,000. And of course, you as council, you don't really get to externalize the costs. You only have the one avenue to go get money, and that's reaching in taxpayers' pockets and taking it out. So they will notice that you are absorbing, if you absorb these costs, either you're going to have to make cuts to the municipal operations, to the municipal services that you're providing, or you're going to have to look at a tax rate increase to cover that $120,000. So I would put that out there, that although I think there has been great work in controlling expenses and looking at ways to raise revenue, there's also been a reduction of the services transfer of about $185,000 that you will have to, that it's shown as a shortfall in the IT department right now. And so you'll have to absorb that yourself in your municipal operations should you go ahead with this.
So a point of clarification with that. On the 2021 budget here, there's a little over $60,000 that's allocated for that line item.
Yes.
I thought you said that this year alone, there was $140,000 worth of equipment costs that were part of this account. So is there an additional line item that accounts
No.
for that capital equipment?
No, unfortunately, this is a situation where you have one recovery that is meant to cover both operational costs and capital reserve contributions. It's similar to the system that you have in place for common services amongst the city departments, where common services is actually funded by all of the other departments, who pulls money in through the common services recovery. The IT department does the same thing.
Chair Gish?
Just to clarify a couple of points. So with the equipment purchases this year, over the course of the years, we have been contributing to a fund that makes, so it's not that we've got all of a sudden $140,000 surprise bill, that those are expenditures that have been planned for and paid for in the budget. So that it's about the ongoing way that we allocate these matters. So that in the budget, we have a transfer to common services, and we still have a transfer to IT, so that when you're talking a little bit about at the beginning, Mr. Dowdy, you were talking about WCD and OAS and all of those things.
Right.
And so are you telling council and the commission that those are in the IT budget, or are they not in the other general services budgets?
So what I am telling council is that the only recovery for administrative services that comes from the police service to the municipality is through the IT recovery. The common services recovery is intended to cover things like oil changes, tire rotations, things like that. We do have concerns about that as well when you look at the budget for the police. $694, it seems unlikely to be adequate to be servicing the fleet of police vehicles, but I've left that to the side because there hasn't been a significant change. That's not a significant cost that the municipality will absorb because it's not a significant change from previous years. I think any inaccuracy that lies there has been there historically. And I would say similarly for this IT information services recovery, it's very difficult to provide a underlying rational justification of why it's $272,364 one year and $235,677 the next year. And so that's why we had made the decision to try and freeze it, sort of make it consistent as a percentage of expenses as a plan. The budget before you has a lowering of it to $61,700. And sorry, to your comment about the equipment replacement, that is very accurate. The capital contribution side of this recovery is managed by IT, who has a 10-year expenditure and equipment replacement plan that is totaled, divided out, and recovered from the department who will be purchasing that equipment. So contributions are made every year from the Lacombe Police Service or any department into the IT equipment reserve. Those contributions are calculated by looking at the expected expenditures over 10 years. So Chair Gish is absolutely correct. Although 140,000 is coming out this year, it wouldn't be fair to just say, well, that leaves the city with an $80,000 shortfall. It would leave us with a shortfall, but without calculating based on the past 10 years, there's really no way to calculate what that shortfall exactly would be for the equipment reserve.
Before we move on, Councilor, just one more item of clarification. All these numbers flying around. So the information services recovery now has been budgeted at $61,700. Previously, it was at 270, call it 270-ish number.
Yes.
So are there other line items that go towards the information technology within the police service?
Yes, because then they will hire their own information technologists so that they can deal with the specialized needs of the service, so that you'll see that in wages.
Thank you. And that appears on the 11,100 line on the wages. And that's why the increase there. Okay, that made sense, because I'm thinking for those numbers there, and you suggested that there's going to be substantially more IT involvement for the reasons that you outlined. That seemed perhaps a little ambitious to only have it at that number. So thank you for that
Well, this
clarification.
has been done, so, to support the numbers, so we weren't pulling them completely out of our ears. So
Councilor Hoekstra?
So I have two questions, but I'd like to follow up with this first. My first question would apply to this. So just to make a sort of a crude analogy then, this budget is presented to us and basically you're suggesting to us to cut our IT department. Is that correct? Like then the staff that we typically had sent to support the police commission, you're saying, no, we don't want them anymore. So we are stuck with then cutting staff, because that's in essence what this is, because you're going to hire your own. So I guess I'm curious, is that the role of a police commission to decide whether we should cut city staff because you're no longer using them? Is that,
So
it's very crude to say it that way, but.
I know what you're getting at, but I think in all fairness to the police commission, I don't think they're suggesting what we do with our resources by any stretch of the imagination. They're just allocating their resources as they see fit to make their budget work. So I don't want that to be misconstrued as the chair is telling us
No.
what we should or shouldn't do with our IT department.
But on the flip side, if next year you want to use our IT services again, then we would have to hire staff again to do that. So I find that an interesting manipulation of our services in a budget. I'm just going to throw it out there. I'm a little bit surprised by it. But my question was more about where my iPad just went down, was the 100th in your summary, you said in revenues that you're going to proposing an increase of $100,000 for fine revenues from the traffic enforcement position. So you are changing a position to be more focused on traffic enforcement. Is that correct?
correct.
And because of that change in position, you're anticipating $100,000 in fine revenues. How firm is that? Like, that concerns me. And brand new position will have an increase of revenue of $100,000. That's worrisome to me, but maybe I read that incorrectly. That would be my first comment. And then my second comment about, which I came at this very negatively, but my positive one was that I'm really pleased that we're not dependent on photo radar. I just need that to be mentioned here, that you put that in your summary, and I think the people of Lacombe really need to know what their police service costs them. And so I'm glad there isn't photo radar, but I'm worried about revenues that we're not 100% firm on either, because then people still, like, will we get $100,000 in fine revenues? That would be my comment.
So if I may, one of the objectives in our strategic plan is, of course, traffic control, collision prevention, traffic safety education. And over the years, that role hasn't been led by any particular member of the service. Over the years, we attempted photo radar. We had some discussions a little bit about red light cameras. And without those systems, police policing our roads and helping to enforce our traffic safety, we have to do something else. And so that by having a person who is the designated lead on setting up spot checks, setting up, I'm having a hard time.
No.
Impaired driving. Sorry, that's where it's going. Impaired driving checks, just for an example. So that all of a sudden you have someone leading that. Instead of having officers who are simply reacting to calls, you've got someone leading it. And as a result of actually starting to focus on enforcing our traffic rules, there's an anticipation that there will be an increase in tickets issued. So a business plan was done by Sergeant Zenz in 2018 when he went to a management course, and the chief and the sergeant had gone through it and looked at what we need to be doing to improve traffic safety in the city of Lacombe. And without being led by revenues, it will be an anticipated expectation that if we're focusing on enforcement, more tickets will be issued. We've all seen the rolling stops, we've all seen the texters, we've all seen, so that a little bit more presence in the city to be attending those issues will increase traffic safety.
Anyone else? Councillor Connor.
Just, is there a way, CEO guy, that we can get a proper handle on that info services recovery number? And what I mean by that is it's 275,000. So you said it's more than just IT. Is there a way we can get a breakdown of that? Because if you just look at it as IT, info services, we're paying for 2.5 bodies by that rationale. But you're saying it's not. It's also finance, it's also OH&S, it's also, is there a way we can actually get a breakdown exactly of what is allocated to where? I mean, I just find it curious, you know, as we were looking at this number, we're trying to look for efficiencies. Other police departments have done this where they've hired their own IT individual and made some cost savings. The police commission is trying to do that, but you're saying there's more to that number than just IT. So I think it would be helpful to get just a proper breakdown, and because if you look at it, 275 is 2.5 bodies. Okay, so it's not then. It's. I think there was a number too. We talked about the police commission level that police service accounts for. I can't remember the number. 17% of IT calls or something.
Yeah.
And yet we're being charged 275,000. So we're just trying to wrap our head around and rational the numbers kind of ourselves. So I think it would be helpful for the commission just to see exactly, and maybe we need a separate line item. I mean, you have common services recovery. Maybe that number needs to go up then to reflect that we're getting, you know, manager Reyes, or we're getting to assist us kind of thing. To me, that's my grapple. That's the issue I'm having with this one. I'm trying to grapple with this number. Is how does it break down exactly?
So I wish that we had a system that was able to do that, but we are not able to break it down in that way. That's what I was saying earlier, that really, unfortunately, it's this system that you've inherited that's a combined transfer that kind of is a proxy for all the services provided. I wish it were broken down in that way. It'd be much easier to justify, but our system does not allow us to do that.
But you have an idea of how many IT requests come from the police department? Do you know that?
Sure, but that
Tickets?
that's why I say I would concede right off the bat that if you're to try and account for IT only as this cost, then I think you would have a difficult time saying $275,000 of IT services are being provided. You know, we would track the tickets. I wouldn't concede that right off. I don't. If it was an academic discussion, I think we would structure this differently. Unfortunately, it is a real budget that you're dealing with, and so whether you can justify it or not, any cost, if you transfer $1 from the local police service, there is only one place to get it, and that's from the municipal operations. So it isn't really an academic discussion. It's a balancing act that's net zero. And so that's why I started off saying you could make it 500,000, and you could probably make a case that the total service package provided by the city to the commission is $500,000 value, or you can make it zero and say, well, it's just a municipal operation and they should get the services provided by the municipality. Why should they have to pay for something that they are providing a service on your behalf? I think you could dial it up or down, but either way.
Chief Gowdy, given you don't have the numbers, and we appreciate the reasons why with that explanation, perhaps just even a list of the services that go into that aggregate total would even be of assistance to the commission. Does it include some HR work? Does it include financial help? Does it include capital costs for some IT related things? Just even a breakdown of that, I think would make the numbers perhaps more palatable.
I can certainly provide that.
Chair Gish?
I just want to comment for clarity that when the police commission looked at this line item, we were certainly looking at what does this cost and what are we getting? And so it's definitely started out to be about cost for the commission. But as it evolved, it's actually come about service. It is about the IT service that the police service needs. And as it's going right now, we have a lot of specialized equipment in the service. We have a lot of specialized equipment for programs about to come to the service with e-ticketing and just the way that the province is moving. So what the service is finding is that they have enough work in their office that needs to be dealt with, and it tends to be needs to be dealt with immediately. So we can't just wait in line to be the next person. And certainly there are no complaints and there's much appreciation for the IT department out of the city. But if the dispatch system goes down, we need it fixed now, not next week. And so we're just finding that our needs and the timing of our needs justify having a position, as well as taking a look at the way the finances are putting. So I don't want the council to think that this is all about money for us. This is actually looking at how are we going to provide the product that we need to provide and have the compliance with all the standards that we need to meet.
Oh, and that's certainly a fair comment. Let's keep in mind, though, with a level of service not unlike what we're talking about, the organization as a whole, to expect that 24-hour around-the-clock service for IT. I'm not sure what portion of your wages that item goes towards it, but it'll be substantial.
One position, but at the same time, if something needs to be fixed, we need to be able to have someone we can call.
Sure. Councillor Gillespie?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Yeah, I was thinking about the position also, and how, Councillor Hoekstra mentioned that you'd be taking away from our IT. And it actually would be. I think it would be a transfer of a position from the city to the police department. And I'm just wondering about that process and how would, with our IT department, and well, HR wouldn't be involved, I guess, directly, but how it would affect our HR department or our IT department, and what effect it would have on the services they can provide to us. Because I don't believe there's a person there full time now. We don't have somebody over there every day, all day long. They're doing other things. And I understand that things are changing, but I'm wondering if we couldn't work within our own IT department to facilitate that.
I don't see a lot of other hands up, so we appreciate you coming to present and accept our sincere thanks for the huge job that you've taken on, especially as chair. Chair Gish, we appreciate and value the time that you put forward for our community, so thank you.
Thank you very much. It's our honor, I will say, to be able to serve the community.
Well, the presenters are Changing out, next up, I believe, is the Lacombe Athletic Park Association. We'll give them a few moments to come in and make themselves popular. Anybody watching at home, we're trying to be extremely cautious with the COVID guidelines, so hence the reason why we only have one group in chambers at a time, and go a step above and beyond to accommodate all of the provincial requirements.
Unless you want to go, right? So the table's here.
Welcome, everyone. Appreciate you taking the time to come and present to us. We have before us members of the Lacombe Athletic Park Association, Mr. Jay Adamson, President, and Diane Hayek is the Marketing and Communications Director, and the Secretary Treasurer, someone who doesn't really need an introduction in this room, Mr. Jason Lund. So thank you all three for joining us. The floor is yours.
Yes, well, thank you for having us and inviting us back again to fill you in on the progress of the park. I'm sure, I mean, as you've been driving by, you've seen some progress in relation to our expansion that's been going on there in our field house. But just to, background again, we sent in a lot of big work just in relation. We sent in drawings of our expansion. We shared with you the construction schedule, the financial statements, and then just in relation to our updated usage. And just want to kind of go through again. We have public access. We try to reduce our user fees, and we are for the community. So the city, you continually provide 20% of our annual operating revenue. So we appreciate that very much. So thank you. And then we also, we're collecting user fees and such, which has been challenging, of course, this year. And if you notice within our, with what we provided there, field usage, we haven't had a lot. Lacombe minor football is using the field right now, and the high school's phys ed classes. And that is pretty much what we have for usage right now. But the basketball courts, they're packed all the time, which is awesome. We'll still have community users who are going out there and running sometimes, which we like to see. And then, our usage numbers, these are just kind of ballpark figures, but if you look from March to June, they're pretty much zero right now because we did not have bookings at that time. Again, Lacombe minor football's numbers are down slightly, but they still have kids out there. They're using the field, they're using the field house, and right now the high school, they're out there almost every day right now through the day, which is great. In relation to our financial statements, the City of Lacombe operating allowance, you give us $50,000 a year. Lacombe County, they give us $30,000 a year. Our global contributions are about $25,000 a year with the agreement that we have with them. Facility rentals, I would say on a typical year, we are having about $30,000 in relation to rental fees. And then through advertising, concession, gate receipts, and fundraising, that we're raising about $75,000. So that helps us operate the park. Again, with user fees being down this year, and we haven't had the same sort of revenue generation that we normally do, of course. And we're trying to work with Lacombe minor football right now too, because we don't want to overcharge them for the use. We want to make sure that it's, again, it's a community usage facility so that it's viable for them and their kids to use. So we have agreements with them that they can still make it financially available for their families and their kids to go out there. And again, they're a preferred user of ours. And we'll hopefully work with the high school if high school sports do come back also too. And then right now we are on track with phase 1 of our expansion plans. So we have the field house again is expanding out there. Scott Builders, the hole is dug. The one side of the bleachers, the north side of the bleachers have been moved, and they are progressing as scheduled. We were delayed, of course, in relation to starting that with how COVID delayed us and just getting everything in line for that. But now in relation to how I would say that we are progressing forward, we are on track with our expansion of phase 1. And I believe within your packages that I shared there was the construction schedule. They have just sent us an update today, so I apologize that that's not in your package there. But we do have some copies here that we could pass around. It just shows, they shared with us the progress that they're making. And then lastly, I'd just like to say thank you, Mayor Creasy, for including your words in relation to our ribbon cutting ceremony that we had and our media release. We appreciate it. I mean, having all of our partners in Denver also for your words that you shared for our media release. We appreciate that very much. And then also I know when municipalities were sending in projects for grant applications, our expansion funds were included in that. So on behalf of our association, we want to say thank you for that also.
Thank you.
And then I'll just maybe turn it over here to Jason. He can just further talk about our expansion right now.
Yeah, like Jay said, that everything is on schedule as of right now. We did have a few hiccups with some codes that were in 219, but we've worked through that. We've got that all figured out. Mike Wagner with Scott Builders has done an amazing job at changing what we need to change and keeping it on budget. As everybody is aware of what is going on with lumber prices right now, that is going to affect our budget a little bit, but he figures that we'll be on track for the completion with being, they wanted to be under budget, but we're looking at budget. So it is going pretty smooth over there, and hopefully this weather stays and we can get the concrete poured and the precast up, and then they can work all winter, stay on schedule.
And then Diane, we also asked Diane to come along just to share our marketing kind of plan that we have. So we do have a marketing plan for expansion. Of course, like I mentioned, our marketing and our targeted marketing, I would say, has been delayed. We want to be very cognizant of other organizations and businesses and the financial situations that they're in, and they need to take care of their businesses, of course, first. But we do have plans that to market the park, to gather sponsorship dollars. We do have plans. We have association members that are working on our grant applications to put forward for grants, that we can be ready to go and have those ready to be at the front of the line when submission dates come forward. And so just to have her along here also just share with you our marketing details.
Yeah, we've just been deciding whether we should go with our gala or not. That's one thing. And then Gord Bamford, he's still in the cards for June to have his concerts. And then renewing the field sponsorship signs, like Jay was saying, we've already had a $7,500 renewal from Red Deer Co-op. So there are people who want to sponsor us. So we just have to find the right niche. But yeah, other than that, yeah, I think things, you just got to roll with it and just see who's out there, because there are people who want to donate. So I feel pretty positive.
So, and then, I mean, part of our job being here also is informing what's going on and telling you, but then we would also still, like your financial support when the time comes for our next phase of our expansion for the track and the infrastructure there. Again, we are hoping that we can fundraise and raise as much of that dollars as we can through grants also. But when we're ready for that expansion plan, those expansion plans or that phase, that we could have financial backing from the city too, if we need to cover off the last little bit. That's it.
Very good. We appreciate you coming to present to us. Does council have any questions or comments? Councillor Goetson.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. A great project, obviously. Just When is the track proposed to start?
So
Probably in here, I missed it.
ideally, if our expansion plans are on track, and that's, our expansion plans are on track for phase 1. And ideally, we would love to start phase 2, which is the track, this coming spring. Realistically, we are probably a year behind now on that. We probably will not be starting that now until 2022, just based on, of course, our reduced ability to really market and attract sponsorship dollars for that at this time.
Thank you.
Good for you as a team to be flexible in that regard. It's challenging times, not only for nonprofits, it is for municipalities and all levels of government. So I think being realistic in that regard is a good idea at this point in time. You've made some considerable progress at a time when it's not necessarily conducive to that type of work. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? We're pretty light on the questions there. So given one of your other projects, Mr. Lund, perhaps you'd like to take a quick moment and give you and your foundation a little plug while we've got the cameras running.
Oh, really? Well, I don't know if you probably all know, it's the Team Jigger Foundation. It is for everybody. So over the last 10 years, twice a week I would go to the physiotherapy at the hospital. And I'm part of the Health Trust Board. And over those 10 years, the Health Trust Board has bought amazing equipment to enhance our facility there. And that equipment not only is for people in my situation where I'm in a wheelchair, it is for people who have MS, strokes, spinal bifida, pretty much everybody. I watched an elderly lady who was in a wheelchair. They were going to admit her to long-term care, and I had a sit-stand machine delivered, and they got her in it 20 seconds a day, up to 2 minutes. Next thing you know, she's working out for 13 minutes at a time. And she walked out of the hospital with her walker back to her own home. I don't know if she's still in her home, but she didn't get admitted to long-term care. And right there, I said, we need something in this community to, when there's people in their own home or at a long-term care facility, that if the grandkid wants to go and pick them up and bring them down and work out on a piece of equipment for 20 minutes to get some blood flow and some weight bearing, they should be able to do that side by side. So the equipment is to where you can come and work out beside me, and we can switch machines, and I can use that one and you can use that one. So it's for everybody. On that portion of it, the announcements haven't come out yet, but there is team members going to be joining us. There will be OT peds, OT neuro. There will also be a speech therapist. Yeah, it's I don't know what to say. It's going to be huge. It's going to be something where if someone has a stroke and they need to go do a driver's exam instead of going to Calgary or Edmonton and wait 9 months and having to drive up in November to do it, they'll be able to do it at our facility right here.
Well, that's pretty outstanding. As I've told you before, there's no end of examples of people that do what they need to meet life's challenges, but to exceed them to the level that you do, and not only helping yourself and your family, but the community as a whole is pretty inspiring. So thank you for what you do for the Coleman area and the people that truly need some help. So
thank you. And I'd also like to, as we move forward, work with the city on when we're doing stuff, housing, sidewalks, all that kind of stuff is to work together It's not pointing any fingers at anybody. It's just, bringing the information forward and working together to make our community better accessible and a better place to live.
I believe there was a letter that went across my desk today addressed to you for that very thing, for the downtown area redevelopment plan, and would seek your input on a few things. So appreciate you bringing that up. I didn't want to, certainly not to detract from LAPA, but given we had a few extra moments, I really appreciate you outlining some of the work that Team Jigger did.
Well, that's part of LAPA. The facility is going to be completely accessible. So the elderly or whoever can watch from inside when it's minus 40 and don't have to just do it in September.
Excellent. Any additional comments or concerns, Council? Very good. Well, thank you, all three of you, for presenting today. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
I'll just leave these here for you guys. All of them.
Thank you. So the next organization up is the Family and Community Support Services, FCSS and Connects. We will prepare for them. Everybody else has fun reading those numbers later.
Oh, the FCSS one's so I'm giving that guy because we actually talked about this thing.
They weren't able to get it into a better.
It's their system.
I don't know. There's gotta be a, anyway, it's fine. Susan will be illuminating and everything will be clear after the presentation, I'm sure.
Wasn't even sure if they were queue waiting for us or not, what we had for a time frame, but it's now 6 o'clock. They are not scheduled for another 10 minutes. Anybody like a short break or just right here? They're here. Very good. Welcome, Susan. Come on in.
Hi.
We're running a few minutes ahead of schedule. Please come in and make yourselves at home.
Thank you. Yeah, yeah.
We'll give you a few minutes to prepare your notes and whatnot, and whenever you're comfortable or ready, the floor is yours, and feel free to introduce your team as well.
I'm gonna get glasses. Here we are again. Time flies. Anyway, so once again, thank you for the invitation to present, give an overview of 2020 with FCSS and moving on to our budget for 2021. So this evening I have Alyssa Dinter. Alyssa is our new chair of our FCSS board. I think she's been on the job for a whole 2 weeks. So I'm pleased to have Alyssa as our new chair. And then Barb McVeigh. Barb is our transportation Connect coordinator. So tonight we'll start with our FCSS budget and then we'll move into the Connect's budget. So I'm going to turn it over to Alyssa for the first part.
Great, thanks. Is there a presentation deck or just what, is there, we have a copy?
Oh, okay, yeah.
We
I
all have
think
it.
we have access to electronic copies and those that want to have paper copies as well. Yes.
Sounds good, thanks very much. So I think the front cover of the meeting package really helps to talk about what our 20-year looked like, that we really shifted gears in 2020 from our original plans of celebrating our 50th anniversary as FCSS to really doing COVID-19 community response, really kind of is where a lot of our efforts and attention have been focused on within the past year. Moving into the second page of the deck, I'm talking about generating positive change within our community. So as a board of FCSS and the staff as well, we're really proud to say that we feel that we've lived true to our vision and our mission statement and the values of the organization, really staying focused on enhancing the social well-being of individuals, families, in our community through preventative actions. Somebody ever asks you, what is FCSS and what does Lacombe FCSS do? The answer is that we talk about changing lives in our community in a positive way. I think if you ever come across anybody within the community who's had an interaction with FCSS and you would say, how was your experience? People would always tell you that the staff were really knowledgeable, helpful, really making a difference in their families' lives and their lives to maintain really positive connections within their community. So I think those individual testimonials are really a testament to how important FCSS is within our community, especially as we're in times of turbulent change and our environment is changing on a regular basis. It's really helping people to stay connected. So our preventative programs and services are promoting the well-being, resilience, and active community participation. Research is showing that for every dollar you invest in preventative services, you see $7 to $12 in future savings realized. Over the past year, 4,837 participants have benefited from 36 different FCSS programs. We have also contributed over 15,685 volunteer hours through 892 volunteers in the 2020 year. FCSS is deemed to be an essential service by the province and has remained open throughout the pandemic to assist residents impacted by COVID-19. I know as a board, we were always really appreciative of all of the updates that Susan would provide to us, talking about how we were adapting to continue to support our community as things were changing and the office was shut down. I think the team was resilient, really innovative in their ways to continue providing those services. Moving into the next page of the package, talking about our 2018-20 strategic plan. We did, as a board, establish our priorities, which was including responding to community needs and some positive outcomes. So high strategic priorities and actions were completed in our 3 goal areas of effective governance, effective communication, and effective service delivery. With relation to effective governance, we were looking at funding increases to provide stable financial viability, management of program losses that Susan will speak to a little bit later in the presentation, and maintaining human resources to provide that high level of service. We did do a media launch of our FCSS 50th anniversary, but we have continued celebrations on hold and we'll be looking at a 50+1 next year as well to kind of come back to that. Really talked about the COVID-19 message about FCSS is here to help through some of the billboards throughout town. You might have seen those. It really helped to connect our citizens to those preventative social services. Partner fundraising campaigns were really exceptional in 2020. For example, the Christmas Village program raised $80,000, which was an increase of 35% over the previous year. Moving to virtual meetings to accommodate COVID-19 and really continue to strengthen our service delivery with our partners, both existing and new, and collaborating with local and provincial government to support COVID-19 emergency response. Our strategic plan was set for 2018-20, but at our last board planning meeting, we have decided to extend that plan for an additional year to be a 2018-21 strategic plan. In light of the fact that the City of Lacombe is undertaking the social development plan. So we're really wanting to see what comes of that social development plan and be engaged as a partner in that development process, as that really will help to provide some of that future direction and strategic planning for the board within FCSS as well. So we did adopt that plan for an additional year and indicated that we'll continue to respond to emerging community needs as a result of COVID-19 as an additional priority focus area for the board. And with that, pleased to turn it over to Susan to talk about some more details of the 2020 year and a preview of 21 and our budget year.
Okay, so the next page on your handout should look like this COVID-19 response. So just a few highlights there. Of course, COVID-19, the pandemic affected all of our lives at home, at work, and in the community. And so after the initial shock of the province's announcement of a state of emergency, we looked at the impact of our services and how could we adapt to meet community needs, along with the delivery of in a safe manner, critical to ensure COVID-19 health measures and protocols were being followed. So as far as our program delivery, Hot Meals on Wheels changed to Frozen Meals on Wheels. Connects transportation. Many of the grocery stores provided seniors grocery shopping at 7 a.m. So we were available to assist with that. Free door-to-door delivery service of Sobeys groceries. So that was a new partnership. So people could call up there, phone in for the groceries, and they would accept payment over phone and we would deliver them. Community outreach, we responded by phone initially, and then once we were open in June, then in person. Wellness calls, so this was one of the first things that we did. So we have 231 clients, and we did 2 to 4 calls to each client between March and May. And usually each call lasted anywhere from 10 to 30 minutes, depending on how long they wanted to chat. So people responded well to that, and it was a good way to stay connected. Drop-off volunteer income tax. So instead of meeting with a volunteer in person, we used the library book drop. So they could drop their income tax in, we picked them up, let them sit for a couple of days, and then the volunteers would come in and do them. Celebration of Seniors Week. So we weren't able to do that. So we were able to get a COVID grant, and we delivered 1,000 plants to all the seniors' homes and the seniors' apartments within town. And then we also were available at the grocery stores early morning to meet and greet the seniors with a flower. We've been working on the relaunch of FCSS programs and services with COVID-19, safe work practices, and personal protective equipment. So once that happened right away, we were developing what are the hazards for Connects and developed safe work practices in order to provide Connect services and make sure that we have the proper PPE. Home support was postponed for a couple of months, but then we were able to go back in June. Prior to going back in, we provided training to staff, and then again, also some PPE. Things like our Fun in the Sun summer program, we're able to do that, but limited participants, but we're still able to do it with proper distancing. So we've been adapting depending on what the program is and making sure that we follow health standards. So challenges for 2020 and opportunities. So of course, the first thing that hit us, of course, this happened in November of 2019, was the end of a number of our programs and contracts. So Parent Link, Healthy Families, Parent Enhancement, and the Early Years Coalition. So of course, this was a major shock to Lacombe FCSS, our community, and our Central Parkland Parent Link communities. The transition of closing these programs, HR processes, and the liquidation of the 5 Parent Link centres have been a difficult time for all of us, for all concerned. Lacombe FCSS, like numerous agencies across the province, applied for the expression of interest for the Family Resource Network. We were not successful. McMahon Central was awarded that contract. And of course, I think you're familiar with that program, and they have now set office up here in Lacombe. As I mentioned earlier, our office remained open during COVID, initially by phone and then in person in June. We've adapted and relaunched many programs following protocol, COVID protocol. Some of our things had to be canceled, and we haven't been able to bring them back on. Programs like the community dinner and our volunteer appreciation and our 50th anniversary. So hopefully within time, then, you know, we'll be able to have more people gathering and meeting. We can bring some of those things back. Of course, COVID-19 has impacted volunteerism, not just with our agency, but across the community. Like when you think of schools and churches and other organizations that rely on volunteerism, and a lot of our volunteers are seniors. So we don't have our volunteer numbers aren't what they normally are, but hopefully within time, people will have that opportunity to volunteer again. Our agency, our Seniors Coordinator is active in the Wolf Creek Primary Care Network, the Dementia Friendly Community Project, and will continue to be active in that. Over COVID, we've formed many new partnerships and strengthened the existing partnerships that achieve many positive outcomes. For example, church volunteers, they sold us 100 homemade masks, which we give to the home support clients when we go into the homes. So that was really nice. Tricon Development, the new Lacombe Hotel renovations. So the Tricon Development representative worked with our community outreach coordinator to find safe, affordable housing for those clients that had to move out of the hotel. So that was completed at the end of April. That was probably a 3 or 4 month process, but we were happy with the results. Lacombe Group applications for social services funding support through FCSS AA. We supported the applications that went through. And COVID-19, so we've been busy applying for a number of grants. Central Alberta United Way, we received 2 grants for them to help with home support training and PPE, Seniors Week, and program supports. They've gotten 2 Horizons grants from the federal government, so that will help with aging well seminars. A new thing that we're going to try is iPads for seniors in the seniors' homes. Seniors Activity Fund, so we're calling it PALS, so it's similar to what we call our PASS program. So program assistance for people that are struggling financially for their children, that's PASS. So now we have program assistance, leisure subsidy for seniors. So we're going to implement that and give that a whirl. And again, it's a pilot project and hopefully it's one of those things that will continue on. FCSS social support. So through that grant, we got some additional outreach support, social media, IT support, Connects Delivery, subsidy for frozen meals on wheels, and then next week we're going to be starting some drumming circles for adults and youth. Mental health and addictions phase 1. So we're going to be hiring a mental health community facilitator, and that will start mid-October, and that's a 1-year project. Goes into phase 2 and then phase 3. Phase 1 is communication and information. So just seeing what's happening out there in the community, working with groups, what services are available, where are the gaps. So that'll be phase 1. And then we've already applied for phase 2 and then phase 3. So it's 1 year, it could extend another 2 years. So that's kind of a highlight of our year. It's been a busy year. And looking ahead to 2021 for a preview, and working with the board on our strat plan, we've looked at what our priorities are and what projects that we have on the go coming into 2021. So of course, maintain resources to provide a high level of service, social supports for Lacombe residents, respond and manage community needs in response to COVID-19. Mental health and addictions are projects phase 1. The SIP grant initiative, so in it, we also received a community initiative grant of $75,000, and that extends from 2020 all the way to 2022. And it mainly focuses on aging well in community. So that we're doing a few things with that this fall, and then we'll extend 1 and 22. In addition to the SIP, a couple of things, organizational development, we applied for funding to do an occupational health and safety plan and a communication plan, and we were successful with that. So those will be launched and developed in 2021. And as Alyssa reported, we're excited to be part of the city's social development plan. I think that will lead FCSS and the city as far as future plans in social assistance throughout the community. Hopefully we'll finish off any 21 grant projects and maybe some 50+1 anniversary celebrations. It'll be year 8 of the FCSS community grant program. And then FCSS will continue to work with with the city on the regional emergency social services plan. And once COVID began, we were able to have set an official memorandum of agreement between the city and FCSS as far as ESS services. So we continue to work on that. So with all that, moving into the budget. So just a bit of a highlight here when we look at agency revenue sources. So we know that the FCSS provincial grant is one piece, but our agency is quite big and we have other sources of revenue. starting from other municipal units, Village of 5, County of Lacombe. Donations and fundraising is almost at 10%. So over the year, when we look at 10%, what does that mean? It's over $100,000 in donations, and that enables us to provide many of those support programs. City of Lacombe, of course, fees for service, and then the provincial and federal grants. So those are our revenue sources. So looking at the big picture, of course, we're a big agency and we have many programs under our FCSS umbrella. We're proud to provide a wide range of services to enhance the social well-being of residents in our community. Over the last, from 2019 and 20, of course, with the loss of some of those provincial programs, it means a decrease of 1.1 million to our budget. So the top bar shows our FCSS eligible funded programs. So this is where the city and the province, the city and the provincial agreement, that's a section of the budget. So under that, we cover things, planning admin, our senior services, home support, volunteer services, special projects, community development, youth services, development coordinating, and community outreach. So all those things are under FCSS eligible funding. The purple bar, so that's our FCS eligible, we don't fund them through Lacombe FCSS dollars. So that's the Clive FCSS and also our Lifeline program. The next section refers to non-FCSS, non-funded programs. So in that section is, again, a lot of those donation things, Caring for Children, our Fill a Fridge program, and of course the Connects budget. And Benevolent Fund, and then into the future, the Mental Health and Addictions Project. So our budget overall is a little over 1.1 million. So we're able to stretch that budget and provide a lot of services when we think of starting with the FCSS funding. So moving on to the next graph. So that's the piece where the province and the city, that's our 80-20 funding agreement. So that agreement is just shy of $400,000. The province provides 80%. That's the 317. The city has to provide a minimum of 20%. So that's the 79. And then in addition, each year we ask the city for some additional funding, which is the 40,000. For a total of from the city would be 120,000 for 2020. And that's the same request as last year. Now, for 2020, you also gave us an additional 55,000 because of the rollback of all these other grants, and it was greatly appreciated. But we understand that it was one-time funding, so we're not asking for that again. We're asking to be consistent with 2020 and asking for the total of 120 from the city, and that would bring the city's contribution, that would be, you bring your matching funds up to 20% as opposed to, or 30% as opposed to the 20%. Okay, our FCSS community grant, so that program has been going into our 8th year, so that's additional funding that the city provides to us so that we're able to do an external grant, FCSS community grant program to community groups. So hopefully that will continue for 2021 and would remain the same as at 35,000. One thing that we are going to do because I'm not sure where groups landed with COVID, we will be doing a check-in with the recipients of the 2020 grant funding, just asking were they able to deliver their programs. So we'll be doing that over the next couple of weeks because they have until the end of December to spend that money. Maybe they will be asking for an extension, so we'll look for information on that. Okay, so just wrapping up some budget notes. Of course, we do our best to work each budget area line by line. The draft budget is based on the 2020 FCSS provincial and municipal funding model, and hoping that those sources will remain the same. For Lacombe, it means the 317,914 from the province, and then the minimum 79 from the city, and then shows Clive's and then the additional from the city and from the village of 5. We have no wage increases for 2021. User fees were increased in 2020, so we're not increasing, we don't have any increases planned for 2021. We're anticipating that the FCSS Community Grant Program will remain for 2021. Overall, our budget has been reduced significantly since 2019 and 2020. The FCSS funded eligible piece, so that's the 80-20 and the additional things that we do in that section. So we're showing a deficit budget of $24,845. So for 1 year only, the shortfall will be covered by unrestricted reserves. The board, we had long discussion about this, and the board has made it known that we will be proactive by developing a plan to address future budget shortfalls. FCS staff and board will review the delivery of our programs and services, examine needs and gaps, and revenue generation. So that's a big task for us, and hopefully, and we plan to stay on task for that, so that when we get to next year at this time, hopefully we'll have, we will not have a deficit budget. The FCSS eligible non-funded, that's 5 and Lifeline, so there's a small deficit there, and that's covered off by a reserve. And then the FCSS eligible non-program, that's a balanced budget. Should I go right into Connects, or would you like to ask questions?
I think if there's any questions for council, we should entertain those now. That's top of mind. I guess one financial thing you could help me with. So basically, the ask is the same as last year for all intents and purposes, and it was a substantially different percentage than last year that was allocated.
From 219 to 220, there was a substantial increase, and on the city's part, so the city gave us 120,000 last year, as opposed to 80,000. So there was an increase of about 40 in the operating piece. And then the city also gave us an additional 55,000. Remember, in December, we came back and asked for additional funding. And so we were given a one-time.
Right, I realize that. It's just that the dollar figure ask is the same. Your budget is nearly half, and our percentage, as I recall, was the same. So I'm just wondering where the math is.
Our budget overall has decreased because of the different programs, but it hasn't decreased in the FCSS side of things and all the different supports, those other supports that we offer.
But the number of programs are fewer because of the provincial cuts,
But
correct?
a lot of those other programs that were offered, they sat in the non-funded, non-eligible section of the budget. So that's the big difference.
That makes
We
sense, okay.
had those programs, but we couldn't use FCSS dollars to support them.
Chief Cutter?
I was just gonna differentiate between the non-funded and non-eligible.
That makes far better sense. Thank you for that answer.
Our budget is confusing.
Anyone else? Might as well move into Connects then, please.
Okay. I'll ask Barb to join me. Oh. So Connects Transportation. So we manage that service for the city. And of course, it's been a very unusual year because of the COVID pandemic. So Barb's going to provide a few highlights, and then I'll give you a highlight of the 2021 budget.
Initially, the emergency response to COVID-19 shut down many community operations, facilities, businesses, medical offices, etc., which reduced our ridership very quickly. We then shifted into offering essential services and meeting the transportation needs of those isolated or impacted by COVID-19. With the help of Megan Miller, the city's health and safety coordinator, we developed safe work practices and the purchase of PPE to ensure the safety of our staff and clients. In April and May, we utilized 2 buses for our weekly dialysis trips to provide safe physical distancing. Special thanks to the 2 members of the Lacombe Fire Department for filling in as the additional driver. We have worked closely with our FCSS team to provide deliveries, including groceries, frozen meals on wheels, the flowers during Seniors Week, and other requests. We're now seeing an increase in our regular ridership, Lacombe Action Group, medical appointments, the Friday Farmers Market, Wednesday co-op shopping, and daily calls for rides. Our operational ridership stats are highlighted for your information.
Yeah, so a snapshot of the stats. So our medicals are up quite a bit from last year. And since people are able to go back to their medical appointments, that's certainly been increasing over the last 6 weeks, I'd say. Dialysis clients rides are up from last year just because we have more clients. And then number of frozen meals on wheels delivered. So what happens with the frozen meals on wheels? We order them from Golden Circle in Red Deer, and then Connects goes and picks them up, and they deliver them to the homes. And by the end of the year, we figure we'll have delivered about 2,500 frozen meals on wheels. And that program we've been able to subsidize through some COVID grants. So instead of the clients paying $8 a meal, they've been paying $5 a meal. And delivery has been included. So that's pretty nice. So these grocery deliveries, that's slowing down right now. Okay, moving on to the budget for Connects. So our budget for 2021 is $1,000 less than last year, so $155,947. The city's contribution will remain the same, or hopefully at $87,947. So no increase from city revenue. Our revenue sources are user fees, the Home Health Trust, corporate donations, and that has increased by $4,000 this year. Lacombe County is $4,000, city is $87,000, and that's our total revenue. The user fees come from the riders, Lacombe Crossing High School, co-op, medical appointments, dialysis, Lacombe Healthcare outings, and county round trips. Note on the 2020 Connects revenue, because of the COVID grant, we were able to get assistance from New Horizons and as well as Central Alberta United Way. And so with that funding, and the FCSS AA funding, it brought in some extra revenue. So we were seeing losses of revenue because there was less ridership. So with those funding, we've been able to balance the budget quite nicely. And so at the end of this year, we're not projecting, sometimes at the end of the year, we have to send the city an invoice for any shortfall. So I'm not anticipating any shortfall this year. So knock on wood, unless things change in the next couple of months, but it's looking good. So request for the 2021 Connects operating budget is $87,947, which is the same as 2020. Questions on the Connects?
Councillor Gullickson?
Thank you very much, Mayor Creasy. Obviously, great organization overall. What you do for our community is just super. And I'm interested in Connects as far as on the operating budget, that's cash to you. And we do all the maintenance on all the and the buses are ours.
Right.
So that's just operating grant for that. But all fuel and maintenance are outside of that.
And so we take care of the manage as far as the staffing and the payroll and the booking of the appointments and collecting of fees and so on and so forth.
So now with the expanded use of Connects during COVID, how did you find that managing that additional usage?
It was fine because what happened is the regular usage decreased. So we were able to pick up the extra. Barb, if you want to comment on that.
Yeah, like a lot of the outings and stuff for everyone were just canceled. So we just did other things.
And people canceled their medical appointments because they couldn't get in to see their doctors, or those specialist appointments were all canceled. So then that reduced the need for our service. So then by adding in the frozen meals on wheels and doing the grocery delivery, we're able to pick up the extra things.
And we didn't charge people for them because we were able to get some COVID funding grants to offset those costs.
Thank you.
Councillor Conick.
Thank you, Mayor Christie. There's a thought process out there that suggests that maybe we can do more with Connects. There's actually a notice of motion from Councillor Gullickson to that effect on our agenda tonight. Given the volume of work that you have now, is that something, is there room for an increase in your current capacity or fleet? Or like, can you take on more clients, or do you anticipate that there's an extra demand that will require an extra bus or extra staffing? Or I know it's a bit of a loaded question, maybe you can't even properly answer it, but I'm just, while you're here, I wanted to get your feel on, and your thoughts on that, if that was to come forward where we're hoping that maybe you can do even more. Do you have room for more?
I think, some days maybe yes, on a regular basis, that would be hard to fit in. To say if you had a regular stop or whatever. So I think you look at it as far as transportation. One is a specialized transportation, the other is a city transit transportation. So how we mesh the two, maybe that's possible, but I think it would still require some additional resources, whether it's, you have a dedicated bus that goes around town, and then it probably would require additional staff as well. What that looks like, I'm not sure. But when you're ready to have that conversation, I think we'd be more than willing to provide information and input to that. I guess one thing that has come up at FCSS, so for example, people that have been using the boat to go into town, it's been, whether it's for medical appointments or government appointments. So for those folks that are low income, boat has been a good transportation source for them. So how do they get to those appointments now when they can't afford things? So for example, if you're taking a medical trip on Connects, and we do a round trip. So we take you in, we wait for you while you have your appointment, and we bring you back. And that's anywhere from an hour and a half to a 3-hour appointment. And we do charge $50 round trip. So somebody's on a low income like AISH or whatever, then that's not really that affordable to them. We suggest that they try volunteer link. That's not always possible. If in a worst case scenario, we will maybe provide the Connect service, and then through community outreach, we may be able to use some of our benevolent resources to pay for the cost of the Connects. So I guess that's something to think about. Would there be any kind of fund there so to help people with those kinds of things? Just from on the outside. But if we have that conversation, we'd certainly like to be part of that conversation. Between both expertise and Connect's expertise, probably come up with something that would work for the city.
Anyone else? Well, thank you, all three of you, for coming to present.
Well, thank you.
Appreciate the information.
And good luck with all your presentations.
And so then next up, we have, first from for the Mary Seymour Public Library. We'll give them a few moments to we're working for time here.
Right on time.
Yeah. We should be off the close.
Thank you.
Christina? Thank you for coming to present to council. We'll give you a few moments to organize your notes, and whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
I think Linda's ready. I'm just here as your support. I have good, awesome board members. My chair is well prepared. Welcome. Thank you guys for having us.
Very good. For everybody at home watching, Linda Nichols is the board chair. We appreciate your time and efforts in being here and of course our head librarian, Christina Petrazor, so thank you.
Thank you very much for having us. It's a pleasure to come and visit with you. There is, I think, a PowerPoint presentation that you take. So what we'd like to do this evening's presentation will not highlight so much our 2020 achievements as in years past, but we'll tell you how the library has weathered the pandemic storm and how we're going to be moving forward. So prior to closure, we had programs that were successfully and fully subscribed up to closing. All of our clubs, all of our children's programs, fundraising activities were in place and ready to begin. Our Makerspace grant, which was awarded by Recreation and Culture, for $6,383 went to purchase equipment for our STEM program, science, technology, and electronics. And so we've got all that equipment sitting ready to be used. To date, we have about 2,389 patrons signed up at our location. The timeline of our closure, after a difficult decision, the board decided to lay off staff when we closed on March 17th. So temporary staff layoffs were effective on April 16th. And we want to extend our gratitude to the staff of the city for helping us through that. And we really appreciate all of the help that we got. Thank you. Our head librarian stayed on and was responsible for all of the email and phone inquiries, of which there were many. Still serving clients with disabilities and seniors in a safe manner and assisting FCSS to receive income tax and happy grants through the book drop. We reviewed our plan of service and we wanted to adhere to our 3 principles, which was create young readers, early literacy, know your community, community resources and services, celebrate diversity, cultural awareness. So we get to invent a new way to be a library, which is exciting, but also frightening at the same time. So using our social media platforms, the head librarian continued to provide residents and community members with a central source of information about the wide variety of programs, services, and activities that were provided by community agencies and organizations. So we would update using Alberta Health Sources, City Sources, and FCSS Sources. We also provided online resources available through library patrons memberships. We wondered how could we support kids and parents through this totally unprecedented time. The library membership provides access to a host of online sources, many of which were offered free for the first time rather than through subscription services. The library as well is more than just books, and so we used all of our media platforms to provide information about what was available for parents and students, including various story times online through other libraries and sites, virtual tours of arts, culture, theater, educational resources for teachers, and of course, entertainment resources. Our curbside pickup began on June 4th. We recalled 2 full-time employees. We're kind of a totally different business model from a curbside restaurant or delivery of other goods because we want to take them back. So we had to be quite cautious and implement a quarantine procedure that was basically any books arriving in the book drop had to be quarantined for 3 days. Then they would be sorted and then they would put back on the shelf or sent out to other people. So 2 full-time staff resumed work on June 1st to get the library up and running. All of our materials were quarantined, obviously. They hadn't been touched for over a month or 2. And pulled the patrons' requests for pickup, as well as emptying the book chute. When they finished their shift, so they start early, they finish their shift, and 2 other people come in. So we created 2 shifts to sort of separate those 2 groups as well. Libraries throughout Alberta were not exchanging materials via interlibrary loan, so staff had to become creative in promoting the circulation or the collection that we already have. And they did that in a couple of ways. Concentrating on early literacy, we did a grab a children's book bag. And we have two very qualified people that would basically go through the stacks and just pick out books and put them in a grab bag, depending on the child's age. The parents would call in with all of that information, and they would spend the morning just grabbing books, putting them into a bag for pickup. Many parents were delighted, as well as the children, when they received their mystery bag of books. Parents didn't need to spend time virtually combing through the collection, trying to decide what books to choose. Many commented that the service saved them time, for which they badly needed to attend to other matters, and reduced anxiety in choosing the right books for their children. We wanted to increase our circulation, so we offered a literary matchmaking service. So people basically would just say, those that like to browse, for example, I'm just looking for something like this. And so you basically would say your favorite book, your worst book, and tell us what you're interested in. And they would just personally go through and do the browse for you. So a lot of people have used that service. We also recirculated our Four Eyes film collection and offering people access to that collection as well. We finally had a reopening, a soft reopening on July 2nd, where we opened our front desk. We still didn't open the stacks because for now it's not considered under Alberta Health to a good idea, although there are libraries doing it. It requires a lot of policing, which we didn't feel very comfortable doing. And we're hoping we'll be able to resume that quite soon. A change in staffing structure allowed two cohorts to work in different splits, as we've said. We're limiting the furniture access to discourage lingering and allowing patrons in the building for no more than an hour. A good deal of the time, staff time is taken with sanitizing the collection, and most of the space in the library is taken to quarantine items, big, large containers of books, to ensure safety protocols put in place by Alberta Health. At this time, we'd also like to thank the staff at the LMC. They've been absolutely amazing and wonderful in helping us keep things going. We have resumed our adult programs. We have a craft night, we've done paint nights, we've got a book club and a crafter circle, where you bring your own craft, again, for COVID reasons. We can't use a lot of our own craft stuff because it's difficult to wipe all that stuff down. So we've had some of those comments are people saying we're so excited to have something to look forward to. We're excited to have something to do. We're doing these in other rooms in the LMC. The book club, we met actually in the library, in the reading area. So we're slowly starting to sort of see how some of these spaces can be opened and used. Our books display went digital. And so what one of our amazing staff did was basically digitize what a bookshelf would look like, and you simply have to touch the book and it takes you to the library checkout catalog and you check that book out. Staff posted videos immediately of the shelves in response to a Facebook post that said, if we could just see the shelf again, we'd be very happy. And then this turned into an actual digital shelf. We're also looking at being more active in providing community information requests, specifically on homeschooling. We've added to our collection a number of homeschooling resource items, books, activities, kits. And we're also encouraging a group to form and ask questions. One of our staff is a very experienced homeschooler, and so they've started that kind of activity. We've also purchased collections and books regarding some of the recent, activities and events, Black Lives Matter and some of the other Indigenous books. So our collection is growing specifically to address some of the cultural and activities that are going on in the community. Children's programming, Miss Mary had a very difficult summer not having any children to attend any of her programs, but we have decided to keep a children's program going online. And she's finally decided to start singing and telling stories, which makes everybody very excited. And we've got a craft system where parents just have to come by the library and pick up a craft and they can take it home and do it anytime. We also have a new parent-child book club and a young adult book club. So again, we're just encouraging people to keep reading, basically. On to the money stuff. I've just put in a couple of graphs. I've made them as simple as I can. Just showing you the difference between 2019, 2020 in some of our revenues. And you can see that basically in May, it was zero. And some of our revenues here in red is our membership. And that's a big part of our annual revenue. It's about $20,000 a year. And you can see it's starting to come up in July 2020. And we're anticipating that we'll get a little bit more this year as well. So we're hoping it's coming back. We had a lot of IOUs during the pandemic saying, we'll come in and pay. So we're waiting for those to come in. Our other revenues were proctoring exams and some of our office services, photocopying and scanning and faxing. And a lot of those are starting again to come back up. We're nowhere near what we would have made in revenue in August 2019 at about 6,000. We're still only at about 2,000, but it is improving. And expenses, just to give you an example, we were way low and we're starting to come back up to normal, and that's basically salary, wages and benefits. So what are we thinking about for this year? We want to maintain our high level of customer service. So we want to get open. We want to start bringing people back in, and we want to start addressing any questions or things that people need from the library. We want to transition to a loss of fine revenue. We haven't collected fines for over 5.5 months. It is within the system where they've just completely cut it out, because what happens, the books are returned, they then have to sit for 3 days. That would cause some people to incur a fine. So they just deleted the entire fine system because some of those books would sit for a while before they were actually processed. So for 5.5 months, PRL and many other libraries systems have not been implementing a fine. After 5.5 months, it might be difficult to get that back in place. Sylvan Lake Library has just announced that they are never going to collect fines ever again. We're not sure if that's the right way to go, but for this year, we've put in 0 because we don't know when that's going to come back online. We want to use some of our reserve for capital expenses. So those are our 3 key objectives. Okay, let me look at this one first. On the budget, under our this year's wages and benefits, it looks like it's lower than the year before. We lost 1 key employee, and that's the reason for that. We didn't fire anybody, right? She went off to do her PhD, and we're very proud that she's going to do that. However, this number does have a 0.8% increase in current wages, just to be fully transparent. We can bring that back down to 0. We're open to any suggestions. So you can see that we're basically looking at an income of 757, We're decreasing our fines revenue by almost 100%. That's about $8,000 a year. It's a considerable chunk. We're going to try and increase our fundraising by 200%. Boom. We realize that there's a need to move towards a more engaged fundraising efforts with the community and businesses in Lacombe. And we're looking at several options, including a corporate sponsorship. Some of our rooms could be named, some of our stacks could be named, and sale of a fantastic calendar featuring the photos of Mr. Johnson. So we're quite excited about that. Our budget overview for expenses, we're showing a decrease overall in terms of wages and benefits, but we did actually include a 0.8%. The board has opted to participate in upcoming library conferences online, saving travel and accommodation expenses. The large conference that we normally attend in April has been canceled. Christina's still crying about that. The library will promote access to magazines and newspapers online through library membership. We probably won't start subscribing to magazines and newspapers. We've stopped and until we're certain that's what the community is really seeking. When the library reopens fully, we'll look at sponsorship and adopt a magazine just to resubscribe to the newspapers and magazines. So in summary, we're looking at a decrease of 10,921 from last year in our request. And that's mostly because we're going to try and put in a lot of fundraising, but also because we have a less in salary and benefits for this year. I tried to make it short and sweet for you. It's a long night ahead. Thank you very much. If there's any questions, go ahead.
Appreciate that. Chief Gotti?
One thing that you mentioned is that your membership revenue in the budget is, and so I was wondering, is that a plan to get off of the membership revenue train altogether? Or is that just a one-time reduction?
This could be a one-time reduction, but if we get into the fundraising, if we can really get it going, I'd rather bring back the fines and either reduce or get rid of the memberships. But that'll be something for the board to decide. We don't see as much membership coming in this year until the library is fully open and people can come in and really do all that they want. So as a caution, we're saying we're probably going to get half our membership this year.
Councillor Gullickson?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Just following up on that, it's the only library in the area that charges a membership.
Yes, it is.
Correct.
Yes, and it keeps a lot of our county membership out of our grant that we get.
But the people that get memberships at other libraries still utilize our facility.
Yes.
So it's a matter of, and has there been any indication if we get away from that membership that we would see additional revenues from the county?
It would be worth looking at, and I don't think it would be anywhere near $20,000, but it would be, a few thousand anyway, that's for sure. It's based on numbers, and Ron Shepherd could probably explain.
Okay, the other question I have is in regards to your future at the library, and as far as expanding what you're doing, like for example, multimedia, those sorts of things are starting to come in through the board. Our discussions are talking about doing different things, and Christina is leading that. So I think there's some real positive things happening there with those types of programs, which is all going to cost money. And so I hope we can find additional revenue sources to do that.
Well, I think we do normally have in our sort of carryover money, if you look at the BDO report, about $25,000 to $30,000 each year. And now it's up to about 100,000. That's where we're at. We do have a couple of capital projects. One is we're renovating the front desk. That's about 20,000. We did renovate the stacks. We extended them so that we could have more books and more audio books and things like that. So that was a $20,000. And what we'd like to do is put that more into that kind of programming, as you suggested. And we may need to use some of that money to either look at space at Lacombe Performing Arts or look at space at social media. So we're looking for partners that we can share space with, because we really don't have the space to do all of the things that we want.
Thank you.
Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Mayor Christie. So while I commend the idea behind no fines and reducing revenue for membership, it worries me a little the ambitious goals you've set for yourself on fundraising. Hopefully you can pull it off. But that's my only other little worry there. And I'm thank you for the clarity on the wages. I know Christina has been, even back to when I was a librarian, a huge advocate for staff to get properly paid. And there's been an increase over the years. And I thought, oh, didn't think they're properly paid now? No, they're actually bus staff. So thank you for that clarification. So.
Yeah, they understand it's been a very difficult year, and they did very well with a raise on January 1st. Thanks very much to the support for the city. And so they're quite happy to just be working.
Councillor Jacobson?
Just so I'm clear, so the reduction is because you lost a staff member?
Yes, a long-term staff member, so it was a good salary.
And so are you planning on replacing that staff member?
We have 2 new people deployed in different capacity.
Yeah.
Our children's programmer is nearing retirement within the next 3 to 5 years minimum. So I have a student that's working throughout the year 6 hours a week to support Miss Mary with technology and training, because Mary's got a little bit of a learning curve, which I commend her. So we have a new student that works all year round that's going to Red Deer College, who's worked with us for 5 summers already, who's now moving here to do further schooling. And then we have another person who has moved into a new role as a programmer 20 hours a week, but is also doing a lot of social media, more professional development training. That person has been redeployed in a position more suitable to their skill set. So that's how I deployed it. And the savings overall, because those 2 people didn't want pensions, benefits, those things all add into savings. So once we did all the numbers and hashed it all, it worked out to us. And that's how it all turned out, if you're wondering how we got to that number. So we have a student working 6 hours a week during the year and then full-time during the summer, which we will still try to secure grant funding to offset some of those wages in the summer of 2021. And this year we hired her as well for full-time, not full-time, but limited hours during the summer. And we were really fortunate from the MP's office that we had applied, and they said, we don't care how you employed the person, and we're going to give you a grant. So we're actually going to see some money over the top for that as well. So I have to say to the federal government, who we've never taken a grant from, wow, you made it easy. They were basically, listen, who can you fit this into? And we're going to give you the money. So there's some savings there as well.
So I guess if I could follow up there.
Certainly.
So my question would be then, and that's wonderful for this year. Do you anticipate that in subsequent years that we could potentially see quite a spike if you needed to get that grant funding for that student, or you didn't find a student who was interested in doing that sort of year-round type of employment, and you had to actually then hire somebody who would be in a higher bracket?
I don't believe they'd be in a higher bracket. I believe they'd be in the same wage grid. We have our grids pretty good now. We just did them in September 2019. So it wouldn't matter if that person would be placed within that job. I happen to be very fortunate to have many people that underemploy themselves for less than probably what they're worth. But they understand that coming into the role. I can't overcompensate someone just because they want to work for me and they have a master's degree, for example. Like I do have people that I have undergrads, I have people that have 3 or 4 university degrees. They're being paid based on that job description and that job role, not based on their educational qualifications, if that answers your question.
Yeah. I guess I think this is great. I guess my only concern is that
Suddenly next year we want to hire somebody at 50,000.
And then next year we're looking at a substantial increase, when it might be easier just to
And I promise you, I always have a buffer of whether I get that grant or not within our bank account that we've had since 2010. One of the things I pride myself on is saying, well, we better have a buffer. We are being very advantageous with our budget, saying we might make 18,000. We've had a sustainable reserve fund of about 109 to 112,000. COVID-19 2020, welcome to an administrator's nightmare. I am grateful, number one, to have a board who is very supportive and has walked with me every step of the way. If you'd have told me a library was going to shut its doors and I was going to lay off all my staff and I'd be a staff of one, I would have freaked. Thank you to Barbara Wilton and Deborah Duke. I could not have done this year without the support of city administration, right down to our bookkeepers, everything, the guardians of our bank account. Thank you, Mauricio. I can't say enough good. It could have been a lot worse, but the city administration and staff and this person that left of me made this look easy. So know that you can worry, Ruben. I know you know me. I'm sitting here saying 18,000, where am I going to get this? I can tell you we've met with someone locally who's going to mentor us. We've got to learn. We're going to start somewhere. I wasn't excited. We have over 2,000 members. That's a lot of people. I didn't realize, I don't ask people, if you don't have a card, even if you're not going to use it, please buy one. Be a member, support us through the $20. Even if you're never going to walk in, come get your card. And I've learned a lot in one meeting from somebody who's going to mentor us. I've had a previous mentor, John Vogelsang, who actually helped me set the library up where we are today. So I don't have anything to say other than I have 9 amazing community members. I have a Friends of the Library group, so I answer to 2 boards. And we've got this year. This is our budget coming saying, we've got a buffer. If we don't do this, we've got a buffer to cover it. And we want to continue to invest and upgrade our facility. We love our library, and our staff are very well supported by both Parkland Regional Library and our City of Lacombe Library Board Council and our staff. So all I can say is 2021, whatever you throw at us, we got it. We are in this together. We got this.
Well, in that case.
That's right. Here's your 10,000.
Just saying, we got this.
Very good. Well, thank you both. Chair Nichols and Christina both, we appreciate your time for coming.
Thank you for having us. And thank you for appointing really good people that work for zero. She works for cheap and has to put up with a lot, so thank you guys. And Dawn, thank you for being very supportive and using our service always. Thank you to all of you.
Nice to see everyone doesn't leave disgruntled at budget time. So it's 7:05. Heritage Resources Committee is up next. Let's take a 5-minute break and reconvene at 7:12.
You're gonna make them wait?
Yep. I'm ready to pass out. I'm so hot, to be honest with you. 7:13. Sorry for the delay. You're on behalf of the Heritage Committee. If you'd care to come up to the next table. I wasn't sure if you had some additional colleagues joining or what. You're certainly welcome.
No, I myself.
And the floor is yours. Welcome.
I've been on the Heritage Resources Committee for a number of years, especially while I was on council. Even before I was on council, I was part of the original group that started the whole process for the province. And so I'm, and this particular year in January, they chose to, and I agreed, of course, to become chair of this particular committee. And it's been a really easy year. On this particular committee, we had 3 meetings. And the last meeting we held is because we had a demolition application and some grant applications that we needed to go through, which were time sensitive, and so it was necessary for us to meet. The Heritage Resources Committee, as you probably all are aware, is a group of people who love heritage and promote heritage within the community. And we are there to do all the legwork, et cetera, when a building, there's a desire to have a building become a municipal historic resource. And so, and then we work with council, of course, to get it approved, and with staff, city staff. So to make it really simple, the budget request for 2021 is the same amount as we had this last year and the year before. And so we're not asking for more money, we're just asking for it to be distributed a little bit differently. We feel that because of COVID-19 and because of the way that applications for municipal designation is right now basically delayed. We feel that in 2021, we should be able to work with a smaller amount of operating money. And then instead of having that total amount from the previous year, we would ask that a portion of that then would be moved into the grant funding program, which is what we're trying to maintain a $20,000 balance. And as of right now, after we paid our grant approvals, we're less than about 3,000 left. And so in that way, we would like to build it back up a little bit, but without asking for more money, just redistributing the money around. So that's about it. Very simple. Point. I said I'd be done in 5 minutes. I know what it's like doing this.
We appreciate your pragmatic approach to this and keep it short and sweet. Thank you. Is there any questions from council? On the Municipal Planning Commission, we certainly appreciate the work you do when it comes time for some questions that we're not necessarily in a position to offer. So thank you for that input. Councillor Jacobson?
Yeah, I just wanted to add an additional comment on the councillor who sits on this committee. In my time on it, the trend has definitely been quite substantially towards an increase in grant applications and a decrease in municipal designations. So reallocating the money this way is also, I think, just a better reflection of what the committee is actually doing right now and how it's actually serving the historical community within Lacombe.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Got off the hook easy. Appreciate it, Peter. Thank you.
Check the time. Less than 5 minutes.
So I believe that concludes our presentation portion of the evening, and as there's no public hearings, we'll move on to request for decision. Director Juke is here with us. We'll start with the recreation facilities contributions, rates and fees, if we could, please.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. So before council tonight are recommendations from the Lacombe District Recreation, Parks and Culture Board for general facility rental rates and fees for 2021. Council will not have seen rates and fees come before council for some years, but these are returning now for your information and for your approval. They will inform the operating budget. They already have informed the operating budget drafts that we're developing right now. Secondarily, in the same request for decision is recommendations from administration on the city's facility rental relief programs for 2021. There's 2 of them. First, I'll go through general facility rates and fees, and then I'll talk about the relief programs. The Recreation Board met on June 16th to review the city's current charges, historical increases, and in the case of the Kinsman Aquatic Center, area comparatives for rental facility fees and rates. Generally, the board recommends, generally speaking, the board is recommending a 2% increase for all facility rates and fees as presented in the attached facility rate charts. And you have one sort of, each one is divided, they're divided by facility. The Kinsman Aquatic Center, of course, I think there's 5 sheets there. Sorry about that. You have all the details. So the exception to this 2% increase is, there's 2 exceptions. One is the Kinsman Aquatic Center itself and the Missioner Campground. Recreation Board's view is that the incremental increases generally speaking, keep pace with inflation in operating costs and avoids shocking facility users any one year to try and catch up. So just to go to the exceptions for the Aquatic Center, the board recommends most rates and fees stay the same with a very few exceptions highlighted in yellow on the rate charts attached to this report. So there's just only somewhere around 5 of them, and they're in one of the last lines in the charts. They're highlighted yellow in the cell. Mistakenly, the request for decision states that all rates increases are less than 10%. In fact, all of them are 10% or more. So I'll just explain. On the first page of the Kinsman Aquatic Center rates, where the JLC per hour rate will increase from $5.59 an hour to $6.15, that is a 10% increase. And for special events, on another page, they're currently charging between $6 and $7 for an entrance fee. The suggested increase is $1, which is greater than 10% on that particular rate. The administration did research area comparators for pool rates at the request of the Rec Board. And the research provided a rationale for keeping the majority of rates the same in 2021 as they are in 2020, and also for increasing a few. And some of the comparators are there in the charts that you can reference. The Missioner Campground rates had been increased in 2020 by $2 to $32 a night, and the board recommends keeping these the same in 2021. So that's a gallop through the current rates and fees. Recommendations from the Rec Board. Are there any questions on that aspect of this request for decision?
Richard, just on the camping portion. So we portion I was able to find it. The nightly, where does that appear in our notes?
So there's a chart that looks like this, so color coded. It's this very tiny print in white letters that says Missioner Campground, Missioner Park, sorry, at the top. And it begins a list, and it continues on the next page. And at the next page, I believe you'll find the group camping. So at Les Walker Rotary Park, camping with a group booking is $7 per night per unit.
Right, that one I found, I actually just was misreading it. I see below that is upper, which is in fact camping at $32 per booking, correct?
That's right.
Any questions or concerns with those proposed changes? Councillor Hoekstra?
Thanks for increasing. I'm not finding it now, and I apologize, but your comparator for the pool was Panoka, and it was significantly less, but yet you're still proposing an increase unless I'm reading the numbers wrong. Help me out here. I did. Panoka's Peach, right. Okay. Didn't I see that they were less? Yeah. Like preschool, 45 and more 60 or 80. I guess I was curious why still an increase even though that was a comparator.
I'd like to defer that answer to Manager Stewart.
Thanks, Councilor Hoekstra. Yeah, so with the pool, what we have tended to do is take a variety of pools to assess and compare, including Black Falls, Stettler, Berman, of course being in town, the Red Deer Pool, Sylvan Lake. And a lot of times when we're doing those comparisons, what happens is spontaneous use that some of them provide aren't a factor with our pool, and that's where when we refer specifically to Pinoca, we're similar in that means. And so other times we're just looking at, you know, if it's a drop in rate, we're assessing them all. So we look at all those pools, but when it comes to, you know, certain aspects of the pool rates, then we'll look at, you know, how does this affect our pool? Just like sometimes we'll look a little bit closer to Berman. If we're looking at, say, can we raise it up a lot? Well, if the same rate for a drop-in swim is so much less in town, maybe we've got to rethink that one. So we throw them all into the mix, and then we kind of use our best judgment when we're assessing individual rates and fees. If that makes sense.
Otherwise, we'll continue. Thank you.
Administration also presents recommendations for allowances for the city's 2 facility rental relief programs for council's consideration tonight. The proposed 2021 facility use fee waiver roster, which is the first of your attachments, color coded and it's quite detailed, has 2 increases for 2021. This is formerly the grandfathered free facility use. We bring it back every year for your review and approval. The first increase is a new addition of approximately $10,420 in value in facility use for the Chamber of Commerce. This was offered in the Chamber relocation compensation package, which was completed in 2020. The second increase that administration is requesting is a rollover of facility use that council approved for Echo Lacombe Association's LEAP initiative in 2020. They could not effectively use it in 2020 due to facility use restrictions that were imposed by the province. So I'll just remind council that LEAP stands for Lacombe Economic Action Partnership, an initiative to assist local businesses to band together on the challenges and opportunities caused by the pandemic. So as the province's restrictions on indoor gatherings relaxes in later 2020 and into 2021, LEAP hopes to use the LMC for meetings. If the allowance can be rolled over, the group says it will limit its bookings to non-peak hours, which actually works better for business people anyway. Council may wish to approve the rollover as is, as $20,000 worth of facility use, or may wish to vary the amount if you're considering that. The last program meeting council's review here tonight is the city's Facility Rental Assistance Grant Program, and I'll just call that FRAG for ease of pronunciation. In 2020, the city, actually council, enlarged the eligibility for this recurring annual program to encourage events to take place during the reopening. The relaxed guidelines, which are actually in your package as well, is just an attachment showing some of the changed eligibility for it. Those guidelines now extend assistance to for-profit businesses and to out-of-towners if they can demonstrate that they were passing on the grant value to participants through, for example, reduced vendor fees or reduced or eliminated entrance fees. It's just a way to get things going without some of the economic risk that organizers were facing because of COVID. So to be clear, this and the free facility use waiver roster is an in-kind contribution and not a monetary payout to anyone. In 2020, council approved a one-time increase of $10,000 in value allowance for FRAG to the rec board, increasing the amount. They initially get $6,000. They had used $2,000 by the time this came forward to council. So the $10,000 additional gave them $14,000 to use for the rest of 2020. The rec board would welcome continuing with the relaxed program guidelines through 2021, again, to get events going. And administration is suggesting that council approve a 2021 maximum of $14,000 for FRAG. That's again quite a gallop. Any questions?
Thank you. Councillor Hoekstra, is your Christmas event, what was that facility rental operation work for there?
We have not ever applied for it. And we're not having that event this year in 2020. So is that what you're asking? Whether we've ever used this grant? We have never.
Exactly, and I was quite surprised when I didn't see it on the list, that's all.
No, we've never applied for it.
Okay.
But the city does offer lenience around how we rent the building.
Very good. Anybody have any questions or thoughts for Director Duke? Who has their hand up first? Councillor Hoekstra, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. So at the end, you said that FRAG or the rental assistance grant program would be the same, well, relaxed guidelines, but I thought it says here that it would just be up to $6,000.
Thank you, Councillor Hoekstra. So it will revert to 6,000, which was its usual annual amount prior to COVID, unless council wishes to entertain an idea of greater allowance again in 2021 to continue the relaxed guidelines, because also the guidelines will revert back to the just for nonprofits. What are the key features, Manager Stewart? It has to be a new initiative, is that correct? No, that's a reference. Yeah.
But the relaxed one can be open for businesses, the old one, no businesses. So it's basically not for profit, and they have to show a need and have a hardship raising funds and different things like that.
So, Director Duke, just to refresh our memories, that initial $10,000 rose or $8,000 rose, whatever it was intended to be temporary. And what was the reason for initiating that?
The reason that administration brought the idea of a relaxed guidelines and increased amount, one time only, in 2020 was to facilitate events happening where there was quite a bit of risk for organizers to stage something, book a facility, pay, and then potentially not get vendors to sign up or have patrons come and see the event. So the idea of the relaxed guidelines was that there would be a break, as it were, on the facility rental charges, but that the organizer then had to show that that was getting passed on quite directly to the people that were participating in the program or event, whatever. So it was the way to kind of just get things going and save costs for obviously everybody that's hit economically.
Thank you. Councillor Gillison, did you have something?
Yeah, I'll address my question to Director Jute also. Like, as far as the program goes, like for hockey tournaments, things like that, if they're, say they are under 9-year-olds they want to host an event, they could apply for a grant through the rec board for that, to get the facility for free. Has there been much interest looking forward from the groups, or is everybody on hold?
Currently?
Yeah, like even our ball diamonds, I heard that people were talking about our ball diamonds being too expensive, and I said, well, did you ever look at applying to get them as part of this program?
And with the relaxed guidelines, we saw 2 new applicants as far as for general use, the minor hockey had asked for some relaxation in their fees for ice, just in general, ice use, as well as figure skating for their can skate programs. Typically, the old program, like old FRAG grant, would roll out, and it was more for things like hardships if you were running provincials and you couldn't charge your typical amounts, and because sometimes provincial regulations and different things like that, they're more strict on these are the teams coming, and you can't always just you can fundraise, you can get sponsorship, but you can't always charge what you would for other tournaments. So there are some, guidelines that are more suited for certain things. That doesn't mean that anything with youth usually was seen as an easier win for receiving the facility rental assistance grant, or if the group could show hardship, difficulty raising funds in general, or that type of thing.
To me, that's the idea of this in a way, is that you get the, for example, you have a ball team that hosts a tournament. That's really good for our community, business-wise, to have a couple hundred extra people in town for that weekend. And I thought that was part of this idea, was to host those kind of events, to get more events within our community.
It can be used for that, it doesn't have to be, and then it goes to the rec board to decide if they see that that's a good need. I mean, right now, playing groups like the home days, I know you guys have received the facilities, the ball diamonds for free with the home days agreement, and still sometimes struggle getting, groups to run tournaments.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, but it comes to the rec board to decide and to make the decision on, and if they feel that it's a good use of the funds. In the past, things like the bean supper for the scouts received it multiple times, and that's why they are now grandfathered. That changed last year. And so there's been groups like that sometimes big brothers, big sisters for the big Christmas dinner. Again, hard times raising money. A lot of times, if it was just say a ball tournament, people on the rec board would say, well, why don't we just charge each team $250 and, have the tournament? And they're adults, they can pay it, right? So it depends on the circumstances in each application.
Director Duke, is it the decision that you're requesting here? Is it for the dollar amount, for the old rules, new rules, both? What is it?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. To clarify, we're looking for the dollar amount. And I guess we should ask council's endorsement of the guidelines as well, because it is a change to the program and it's a change to the service level. And I believe that originally, when the matter was brought to council in 2020, I believe that we also discussed guideline relaxation.
We did not. We did that retroactively. It was an error on council's part. Thank you for bringing that up, Director Jude. As I'm sure council will recall, now that I've reminded you of the preemption that administration accidentally extended those guidelines themselves. And came to the council afterwards.
I want to clarify one thing. I've noticed here that the facility use fee waiver roster presented tonight is actually based on the recommended 2021 fees for LMC facilities. So if the fees aren't approved, then the roster will change a little bit in its values, which will do, it'll be reduced.
Which once again is pretty presumptuous considering that was to be a one-year deal, I would suggest, but we're not talking about a huge amount of money here, but I think that's a little presumptuous to say the least. So was it council's intent to continue on with that program with the rules as implemented and the dollar amount, or where are we going with this? And while you're thinking about that, Chief Gavi has.
So the presumptuousness is actually in the inclusion of the proposed rates. It is not, we have not included in the operating budget an extension of those terms. Just to be clear, the presumption is in the inclusion of the amended rates that have been proposed.
Somebody must be willing to wade in and make some sort of a proposal. I'm not necessarily sure when we do a 1 year implementation of something just to continue on it forever, just because is not really the intent. If it was 1 year, 1 year is 1 year. Councillor Hoekstra?
So just to clarify, we're dealing with three different things here, are we not? The continuation of the FRAG, for lack of a better, and then the grandfathered fees, and then just fees in general. Is that correct? So what you're talking about is FRAG, but what I understand Director Juke to refer to was the grandfathered rental fees. That's two different things.
Right, but it's not our decision right now unless we choose to make it so that we're gonna continue or discontinue FRAG. It's at what level?
Sure, that's fine, yeah.
Councillor Goldson?
I'll make the motion that council approves the proposed 2021 recreation facility contribution rates and fees with direction to administration.
With direction to administration being?
Well, I don't know what it means, like as far as that goes.
Director Duke, what was the intention of that proposed motion?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. To clarify, with direction to administration was for council's direction on the two administrative recommendations. One is the rollover of the LEAP contribution of free facility use into 2021, and the increased amount for FRAG.
Okay, we'll start out easy then with the proposed carryover of the LEAP funds. Does anybody care to make a motion on that single item?
So do we have a motion? What's in?
Well, it's with recommendations. We don't know what the recommendations are until. So once we have the indication of the recommendations, then we can go to the main motion.
I'm looking like for an amendment to the motion, is that, sorry to interrupt.
You want to make the change and then work on the other one separately?
I would like for you to consider that because it's extremely awkward the way that's written.
That's number 3 then. I think I can just do that one. So I can suspend my motion right now, take it off the floor. And then I'll make this motion instead, the one that was intended, that council directs administration, otherwise in the matter of the 2021 recreation facility contribution rates and fees. No, that's not right either.
While you were thinking out loud there, I think we'll refer over to Chief Cowdy.
They could do that to approve the recreation.
Okay, so my apologies to the chair and council. I see that it's quite unclear for what we're asking. There is 4 issues at hand. There is the extension of the LEAP free facility use, $20,000 that was approved for 2020, was not used, and we are requesting or asking for your direction on whether that is to be rolled over from 2020, the unused portion of 2020 into 2021, or whether it just ends at 2021. And perhaps for ease of clarity, I'll end it there and then I'll move to the next.
That would be appreciated. Councillor Jacobson.
Oh, sorry, I didn't.
The floor is yours.
Oh, I was just going to I'll just make that motion.
Which motion is that?
The motion, I move that a council roll the unused portion, the LEAP. Is it the LEAP Facility Assistance Grant?
Thank you. Any input on that motion? All those in favor? I didn't see everybody's hands. Any against? Thank you.
The next matter is the matter of the facility rental assistance grant, which normally lies at $6,000 and was extended one time in 2020. We're proposing, or asking for council's direction on whether to have that extended program in 2021 to continue the support that was offered in 2020, or to return to the $6,000 roll amount.
Councillor Dalton?
I'd like to make that motion that we extend that program to 2021.
I should say specifically at $14,000 is what I take your intent to be at the expanded amount.
Yes.
So I understand it as well. Any additional comment or concerns? Councillor Hoekstra?
With the relaxed guidelines or the old guidelines?
Yes, extended as
Is, okay.
as currently underway, which was.
Beautiful, okay.
Everybody's okay with that motion? All those in favor? Opposed as myself? Next.
Now there's the matter of the free facility or the grandfathered list of free facility use. So this is community groups that get ongoing support of discounted rates for city facilities to host events that are deemed to be in the community's interests. The list is before you. It is very similar to prior years. We are looking for council's endorsement to offer those same discounts as has been offered in prior years. Support for these community groups.
Thank you. And these are as approved by the rec board, is that correct? Or not on the grandfather ones?
Mayor Christie, this, to clarify, is this the values in this roster, the value of the contribution that the council will be making if they pass this is based on 2021 recommended rates from the rec board. So the LMC is seeing a 2% increase if council approves it. Sort of rec board has recommended a 2% increase in LMC rates, and many of these and other facilities and this roster has been calculated based upon the increased rates.
Councillor Hoekstra?
Do we have historical data about how often the rates, I'm just thinking the LMC, have, like how often have they increased? And unless that was in here, and I apologize if it was, because I guess I would like to deal with the rates and fees before I deal with, because I support the grandfathering. I'm just struggling with any rate increase for our facilities.
Chief Gotti?
Chair, I had, Worship, I had suggested the order in no particular order, but that actually makes much more sense that the rates and fees would be dealt with prior to the grandfathering. I would recommend that order.
Yeah, I guess they are linked a little more than what we'd like to let them simply matter of one or the other, so that's fine. Do we have a motion before us or no? Director Duke?
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. Just to Councilor Hoekstra's question about the history of the LMC, it is contained in the report. Okay, sorry. What was done in 2020 is there. For 2020, beg your pardon.
Councillor Jacobson?
Sure. I move that council approves the proposed 2021 recreation facility rates and fees.
Thank you. Ewan? Councillor Hoekstra?
So historically, of course, thank you, Mayor Creasy, sorry, we had use of the LMC and I just felt like our group, the group I was involved in, always got an increase. And I just thought in 2021, we just really shouldn't have an increase. At least that's how it felt as a user. I don't know who is a regular user right now. I think because you've lost Parent Link, but whenever we wanted to use a new room, I just thought, I felt like we were sitting ducks, so I'll just put 2% increase on them. And I just, post-COVID now, I know we need the money, so don't get me wrong there, I get that piece, but what's the optics of this for the consumer, the citizen, that here we are increasing rates again in our city? I guess I speak against this. I would rather that you figure out something else. It's not so obvious to your basic citizen.
Thank you. Councillor Connick?
So as far as the rates go for the LMC, like, I'm trying to find 2020. Do you have 2020 on here or am I? Like there's an increase?
I can,
Your one form there with the LMC rates has the current rates as well as the proposed for 2021. In 2020, when it was reviewed last year, the prime pricing rates were increased by 10% for Centennial Hall on Fridays to Sundays. And it eliminated non-local and commercial rates at the LMC, so that's why we just call it regular rates now. And it simplified the whole process by reducing a number of the rates offered as well as promoting the growth of the non-local and commercial markets. And then a standard 2% increase was applied to the remaining room rates outside of any pricing, what they call it, the equipment rentals, as far as like the stage audio, projectors and stuff were not changed. And as Councillor Hoopster is earlier years, like from 2015 to 2019, the cost recovery ranged between, and the amounts sometimes changed. There was years where it didn't go up at all, other years where it went up 2%, 3%. So it wasn't always as steady as say the arena where it was 2, 3, whatever. There was one year that LMC didn't go up at all and the arena didn't. So it has varied.
So just to be clear on this 2% thing, if you go to the sheet, it's labeled city facility rates 2% increase. It's got the 2020 rates there, and then with those 2% increase. So the local youth hourly rate from $15 to $60, that kind of thing. So is that the information that we were looking for the changes between the 2 years? I find that increases to be, nobody ever likes to see increases, I realize, but I find them to be reasonable. I mean, it's.
I'm just pretty sure the proposed rate was on that sheet. I think I'm remembering the one that went to Brent Court. These proposed rates are simply the 2% added into them and then rounded up to the top dollar, except for the ones that are kind of a different color.
Right.
Yeah, no, and further to your point, I'm seeing them for the arena, the sports, the ball diamonds, but then we have that one sheet, 2021 facility rates, LMC. Where's the, I'm just looking for the 2020. Don't have that, do we? Am I missing it? Okay, thank you. I thought it was one thing.
We are currently debating whether to increase the rates and fees at the various facilities in the city. And I believe there's a motion on the floor to accept them as presented. Councilman.
Jason, very good. Any other input on rates and fees and the motion that was put forth by Councillor Jacobson? Looks like we're ready to go. All those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried by a 4-2 margin. Thank you.
One final outstanding item for this is the approval of the free discounted facility rental for community members.
Councillor Hoopster?
I'll make that motion. Thanks, Mayor Creasy, that we honor the facility 2021 facility use fee waiver roster.
Thank you. Any additional input on that item? All those in favor? I see none opposed. Thank you. Go ahead.
Does Ross know who was opposed on the previous one? Because he seemed, he just said 2 opposed. I don't know if he saw it.
Yes, he does. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, I do, yeah.
Appreciate that. Okay, next up is item for under request for decision, item 5.2, Senior Manager Reyes. if you could take us through the initial look at the 2021 capital budget, please.
Thank you, Mayor Chrissy. On March 9th, 2020, administration presented the 2021 budget timeline to council. And one of the recommendations that administration made was to bring the capital budget before we bring the operating budget for 2021. The main benefit of doing that is allowing council to see what the operating impacts are going to be on the operating budget. So basically, we give you all the projects and we tell you what the operating impact will be. And whatever projects council approves, those operating impacts, we will be incorporating them in the 2021 operating budget that will be bringing to council on October 13th. We have made, we brought the capital budget on the first time on September 14th. And when we brought we presented 46 projects. The amended capital budget that we are presenting tonight has 44 projects. There is 2 projects that have been removed, one of them being the downtown Wi-Fi, which council debated in the last meeting, and council made a motion to remove that capital project from the 2021 capital budget. The second project that has been removed is the airport instrument flight rules approach, and that project was for $21,000. My understanding, Director, you can help me on that. My understanding is that the airport association decided that project will be done in the future.
That's correct, Manager Reyes, your Manager Reyes. The difficulty was that the scope of the project became a little uncertain after we proposed it, and the costs also became a little uncertain. So we do have to do some additional scoping on that and nail down the costs better for our council so we know what we're in for there. We'll bring it back 2021.
So those 2 projects have been removed. Some other changes that have been made is on the operating impacts. In the previous report, we had indicated that former Parkland Regional Library building renovations had an operating impact of $75,000. We have removed that item. The reason being is that operating impact is not related to the project. Is related to the ownership of the building. So regardless of whether council approves the project or not, those operating impacts will still occur. In addition, we have revised some of the operating projects, capital projects. For example, the Recycle Depot Community Park, the operating impact in the previous report was $10,000. In the new report, it's $1,000. As well as the electronic document records management system, we have decreased the operating impact from 20 to 10,000. So overall, operating impacts have decreased to $228,297 with the proposed projects. One final amendment that we have done to the budget is Highway 12 infrastructure improvement. Council directed administration in the last meeting to use the municipal stimulus program funds. Most of the funding will be used on Lane Thompson, so 1.5 million. That remainder of the funding will be used on Highway 12. So we ended up changing the amount for that capital project to $729,000. In total, the capital projects being recommended tonight is slightly over $11 million, which is in line with the average capital budget that councils have approved in the last 5 years, which is around 10.9 per year. In regard to funding, as you can see on page number 1, the majority of the funding is coming from capital grants, such as MSI, federal gas tax, and municipal stimulus program. The second largest funding is, which is $4 million, and that is for the public works building. Reserves account for about 1.9 million. And the remainder comes from other sources, contributions from others, such as the county, Lacombe County. Tonight, administration is recommending council to give direction in regard to which projects they would like to debate. And similar to last meeting, indicate if that project is to go ahead or please remove from the budget. And finally, we are recommending that council direct administration any desired amendments to the 2021 capital budget and return it to council on October 13th for adoption. With that, I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Manager Reyes. Just a couple of administrative questions here. I'm curious why some of the electronic items for the police, Lacombe Police Service, why don't they fall under the Lacombe Police Service heading as opposed to corporate services heading? What's the rationale for that?
Sorry.
You, Cody?
I actually, if you're blessing, I would ask Director Pichet and then I'll answer.
The only reason that it is under the corporate services is because it's IT services that replaces those items. When an initial purchase is done for a new device like a server or a new position for like a computer for a position, the initial purchase comes out of that department's budget, and everything after that is through the replacement budget of IT services.
So just added further confusion then with those two items there totaling basically $100,000. Would that form part of the IT transfer on the budget? This is in addition to?
No.
Not this, sorry. These are additional purchases made by the city that would not form a part of the $130,000 equipment replacement because that is done separately. Replacements are done through the IT reserve contributions and recovery. New purchases, such as you're seeing, are handled by the IT department.
So if in fact council entertained the different approach to IT services that was outlined by the commission, how would that affect purchases and implementation of items such as those?
So I would say that is one of the great difficulties that we see in utilizing the plan to have one IT person provide services for the Lacombe Police Service. One of several, I would say.
Yeah, I wasn't looking to single them out. I'm just curious how this works because something doesn't seem to be a bit of a convoluted.
There are a lot of logistics that do need to be sorted out in that regard.
Councillor Cock?
Sorry, I'm just wondering how you wanted to approach this, if you just wanted to go down the list, Mayor Creasy, or?
I think that would be a great way to go. Nobody had their hands up, so I kicked in. But yeah, if there's certainly some prior to that list, I would certainly look at those. Councillor Gullikson?
Well, I just wanted to start at the top there, the Lacombe Police Service vehicles. I thought part of their presentation was that they paid for some of the vehicles. Is that true?
We do. Sorry. These vehicles, you're seeing the costs. The funding source for those vehicles, though, for example, would be the Lacombe Police Service equipment replacement, fleet replacement. So they still show up as capital purchases. You're not seeing the funding behind it, but here that is something that the Lacombe Police Service has been contributing to their reserve, and then they're now withdrawing as part of it.
But once again, vehicles are treated differently than electronic items.
Yes, there are. Because of the financial system we have in place right now, there's some combining of operational and capital contributions that happens that makes it difficult sometimes to sort these out. And that's something we're looking to work on over the next year, so that next year you see those as two separate things.
Councillor Cock?
So if we're going into corporate services then, we have the council staff room furniture in the part-time regional library building renovations. I don't know how you want to approach that. Of course, I think that would be a good use for that building. However, if there's no appetite to do that, then maybe we should be putting some funds in to demo the building. I don't know. I'm opposed to selling it. I think that would be a big mistake. I think we need to hold on to that piece of land, but if there is no appetite, like I say, to do these rentals, then it's, as Maria has alluded to, looking at 60,000 in operating funds. So and 100,000 to demo and be done with it. I don't know. Just so that's, I'm wondering how we approach that.
That was an item that we had discussed in camera recently. For the future of that building, do we want to leave that till then, or?
Yeah.
Or is there something?
There's something you can't.
It's a value to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I understand. Yes.
But I think that's significant bearing on the future of this. So I mean, Councillor Hibbs?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so with regards to council and staff room furniture, I think that I would be inclined to support the idea of getting some updated furniture for staff because they're in it all the time. It is in pretty rough shape. As far as council and council chambers go, honestly, I think it would be wise to hold off on that. I don't see an imminent, it's not a need, it's a want. Frankly, we're not in these chairs that often. It's really not that big of a deal, but I would like the staff to have things that aren't broken, that aren't, causing the grief that they are. I think that would be a responsible employer, honestly. As far as the city, can I continue with the next one down? The city hall renovations, again, because we're a little up in the air as to what's happening, I guess I'd be a little bit concerned about making some significant, investment in this building. I get there's some aesthetic things that are mentioned, but again, I think that if it needs to be dealt with because it's a safety hazard or something like that, then that's one thing. But if it's more aesthetic, I would just be thinking that this is just not the right time for that kind of investment. And then, yeah, I guess I did have a concern about the Parkland Regional Library renovations, but we're going to talk about that perhaps a little bit in the future, so I'll just leave that one alone.
Councillor Cock?
Thing increases, just getting back to the renovations, 170,000. When I look at the detail, it looks like it's the renovations of the bathrooms and sewer lines and staff room, which I think as Councillor Gibbs alluded to, I think those need to be done. So that needs to, maybe it's the, when it talks about upgrade council audio, video, and voting equipment, again, maybe that, we need to discuss that further as the part of the meeting. But I think we need to do that. The washrooms downstairs, because they're in shape.
Yeah.
Councillor Hoekstra.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. I support what Councillor Connick said in terms of the renovations. Hold off on this area, but definitely deal with bathrooms.
So I'll jump in the other side of the fence as far as this room. This is the only room that represents council in our city, whether it's online or in person. And I think that we've kicked that can down the road about as far as it can get. This is, I'm going to say, below the expectations of our community to have tape on the floors, worn out chairs, and worn out carpet in here. I think that we should consider doing some improvements in this building, in this room, as we have in the remainder of the building. I'm not one to get rid of funds on anything, but this is, I think we're due. Councillor Connick?
So in effect, then, you're not supporting the renovations of the park and regional library. Is that what you're saying? So that's.
I'm definitely not supporting those in any way, shape, or form.
So that's. So.
This building gets used.
Right.
Councillor Hibbs?
Just to further that, like, we do have to notice that it is a 3-year plan for the renovations, and so this would just be, I'm assuming the dollar value for the 170 is just for the first year, which is bathroom, sewer lines, staff room, and upgrade council audio, video, and voting equipment. So in year 1 specifically, I would echo what Councillor Connick said about the audio, video, voting, maybe something we could kick down the road. Honestly, it's what we're doing is working. Is it like, you know, the best platinum? No, it's not, but it works. I have more of an issue with year 2, year 3, but anyways, that's not what we're discussing. I guess we're actually really only discussing 2021. So anyway, I just thought I'd clarify that.
Councillor Hoekstra?
Mayor Creasy, thank you. So are you proposing, so if we eliminated the 525 for the Parkland Regional Library renovations, would you want to kind of know what it would be to upgrade this room? Because I don't disagree with you. I do get tired of looking at those blinds behind CEO Gowdy there that are quite, anyhow, I do get that. So if we remove 525, direct administration to put a number in to just at least upgrade this room, is that your suggestion? Am I hearing you correct? We're removing the one and wanting to add the other?
No, that wasn't I didn't make that suggestion, but it sounds fine to me. Basically, I was in favor of the first line item and the second line item. As it seems, it is a fair bit of work to happen for the staff washroom in the basement and the other items that they have there. But yeah, at this time, I have a hard time. I just can't support the regional library renovations because that is, I don't think we have a demonstrable need for it for starters. I just think it's, yeah, I can't see the use of it. Councillor Connick?
Thank you. So further to Councillor Hoekstra's point then, so right now we're addressing just the furniture, the audio-visual equipment in lines 1 and 2 there. Are we suggesting a retrofit of this room, new paint, new layout? So an increase over and above if we're not doing the 525, or is it just the bare minimum that we're suggesting? Or is...
I don't believe there's been any kind of indication made at this point. This was the numbers that were put together by staff that they thought was required at this point in time, and that's what we have before us. So there has been no other indication than that.
So just to build on that, if I may, so far, if we're not doing Parkland Regional Library renovation, which is fine, if that's the consensus, then I would suggest prior to the October 13th, if at all possible. Maybe it's not, but maybe it can come back with, okay, sure, we're doing the furniture and the audio visual and the voting system. Is there anything else we can do to spruce up this room and what that would cost? Is that something that could be brought back? Yes, thank you.
So just to be sure then, out of that 170,000, there was no allocation towards this room. That was strictly for other portions of the building.
Director Piché, could you?
No, there was, thank you, Mayor Creasy and CEO Gowdy. There wasn't any, the only allocation was $35,000 for the audio visual in this room. There was a request to have automatic voting or like electronic voting and better sound system and such for this room. So that's where that money was coming from, but there was no change of fixtures, walls, or anything like that. In 2020, we do have 10,000 set aside for new flooring, which we have not done because of just direction on what's happening around with all the buildings and such. And then of course.
That's where my confusion was, because I know we had allocated some funds for that.
Yes.
I was, okay, very good. Chief Cody?
Part of the confusion may also be that phase 3 of the plan did involve a renovation of this building. And so in the project details, there is discussion of that. And certainly we can look at shifting some funds around and we'll bring back a modified plan. I don't know whether it's more expensive or less expensive, but we'll look at how we can include this in next year's studies and what that would look like.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Good, great suggestion. Councillor Hibbs.
I guess I would go back to the memo that talks about year 3, renovate council chambers to accommodate current use. And the dollar allocated to that is $250,000. So I'm assuming that that's renovating this room with, I don't know, I guess not new furniture because we would have already done that. And it would make sense to do the audio visual and all that at that time, but what do I know? But $250,000 is what it says in here for this room. So I guess I'd like a breakdown as to what that involves, because that's pretty expensive. That's more than my house. So, you know.
So go ahead. We've looked at renovation costs for purpose-built rooms. Your range of $200 to $250 a square foot is not out of line, and I think you would be, certainly I can't give you a breakdown. We haven't got an estimate or a quote or anything for that work that's in phase 3. But I think that probably is, might be able, somewhere between 150 and 300 might be the better range, but I think that would actually be what you would end up spending.
So if we're talking about not doing Parkland Regional, but doing this instead, it's not quite as, tidy as it might appear at first glance, if that's the dollar values, right? So I guess it depends on what that renovation looks like.
I think that some of those numbers, I think might be a little skewed depending on what the expectations of this room are. And I would suggest that those are a little ambitious as well. But having those numbers brought back to council as suggested by Councillor Connick would be an appropriate way to go, because I think there might have been some miscommunication into council's expectations for sprucing this room up to what it looks like to me, possibly a $300,000 retrofit. Sorry.
I was just going to also add that part of those renovations do include redoing counters out in the front office and the foyer and the planning and development area as well. So there is some.
That's your 2.
That's all your 2. That's not the next
250,000 again. So.
So we have just wanted to tackle this in line for the first 3 items for the LPS. Not really sure I understand why this appears separately than the overall budget for LPS.
just a matter of, so when council adopts, the legal requirement for you adopting a capital budget is that all capital expenditures must be included, and the LPS expenditures are actually considered city capital budget.
And then onto the corporate services portion of the capital direction. Getting the feeling that the first two are okay, with some expectations for bringing back a better description of the city hall renovation portion. Is that fair? Not at this particular time for the former Parkland Regional Library. And then
I'm not sure about that though.
Okay.
Yeah, my thought on that is, okay, the idea of this renovation was to move the parks staff over to that facility, is that not correct? And Calvin and Tracy's office.
So we haven't, I know that the park staff was a consideration. I haven't looked specifically at the manager of parks and facilities. The 525 though is a combination of a renovation both for that and to create a council chamber type space. Just to do the parks side, I believe we had allocated $50,000 for that portion.
Because if that building stays, that's a reasonable use of that space in the back, especially with that garage and the shop that's available there. And for $50,000 to take it completely out, and it's $50,000, and that gets them out of the arena and opens up space for the swimming pool staff. I think that's a reasonable use for that back portion of the library.
Councilor Hibbs?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Just spitballing too, I'm interested in this idea of demoing the building, but the garage portion is separate. So it could be potentially left in place and utilized, and that would actually cover most of what we would need. Potentially you could, I don't know, add a little bit onto it so it's got some office space. I don't know if that's necessary, but I'm just saying there's things we haven't really fleshed out. I guess I would potentially support leaving it in place kind of until we have more chance to discuss it and then maybe remove it when we make the final decision on the budget. I don't know, I guess I just put that out there, but it just feels like there's more ideas out there and that we just need to talk about it a bit more.
Right, and the two police ones, I don't know. There's a consideration for those two. We can stay in, I'm assuming. And then the extrication tool for the fire services. Is this a new piece of equipment or a replacement or upgrade, or what is that?
This is a new piece of equipment, thank you, Mayor Creasy. It's to add to another apparatus, another engine, because when one engine goes out to, say, Highway 2, that leaves one of our other engines empty with no extrication tool, so if it's called out to another one, so it's just to add that service onto the onto another truck.
That's for the handheld Jaws of Life machine. So we're a bit of a standstill for the regional library at this time. What would be the easiest way to, we've got some other discussions for the future intent and desire for that building, so Chief Doug.
So just as a reminder, you are being asked to officially adopt the budget this evening, correct? So certainly don't feel pressure to get every one down to the wire. That could be left for a decision on the 13th if that's easier for council as well.
Foresee a likely direction on that particular item in the near future, so let's move on to operations and planning services. Additional $9 million proposed for the capital budget there. Does anybody have any input on the first 5 items, which are basically replacement type investments. Councillor Connick?
I'm just looking for clarification on the skid steers. Like, I'm just trying to figure out, so we've got to spend $8,000 every year,
Correct?
and we get a brand new skid steer every, no, what?
It's almost like that. That's a municipal replacement program where we pay the $8,000. And I think that we have to maybe put new tires on our existing one and we get a brand new unit. The theory being that you're making that investment in a new machine, you could have more or less zero mechanic bills and parts purchases.
So it's almost like a lease, is that what I'm thinking?
Yeah,
Basically.
it's basically like a lease. And this is for 2 units at $8,000.
Anything else in those first five items? The reason I left the grader out a little bigger one, the $310,000 upgrade. I'm gonna assume that that is on an 8-year turnover like other equipment.
I think even higher than that, 15, yes.
Even better, perfect. It's not like it's hourly out or anything, it's just, it's up for.
This one is getting close to getting that, yes.
The infrastructure lifecycle planning, so that is, works in conjunction with our asset management.
So that is asset management. It is also the development of a redevelopment levy. And so it is looking at the overall expected infrastructure needs of the city so that we're able to gather money from both offsite levies and redevelopment levies to properly fund that infrastructure in the future. And then it is about asset management and minimizing our cost of service delivery.
Anyone? Director Thompson, perhaps you could go over the permitting software proposed purchase for us?
Sure, thanks, Mayor Creasy. So the planning department currently uses as the backbone for their permitting accountability system quite an old and antiquated access database that is extremely finicky and takes a significant amount of time to actually operate. There's a lot of different fields and things that they have to it's rife for error. And what that does is that means that they're often having to go back to correct errors of like data entry errors, and that takes away from their time to be able to deliver, permits, for instance, or to be able to provide customer service, because we have folks who are trying to correct entries into our database on a regular basis. So this permitting system will upgrade all of that for them. It also allows for changes our filing system to be parcel-based, so lot-based rather than permit-based. So for instance, right now, if any council member, any member of the public wanted to look for the history of their property, or they're buying a new house and they wanted to find out what is the permit history of that property, it actually is a significant job today to go back and find past permits, because our filing system is set by permit number and year. So we have to do quite an extensive search, pull physical files to be able to build that history for a resident. And we want to convert some old files and move forward with a parcel-based permit system so that things are consolidated on a GIS system, that the permits are processed through on a parcel basis through a new system. And so the fund here, the costs here are both for the software as well as implementation costs, and to go back, I believe it's 10 years with the files and then bring them into the new system as well. And so it's both an implementation and a software cost. And then there's an ongoing license and support fee of $5,900. That's to have the software provider on call to help address any issues, and we'll have to assess whether that's an ongoing need every single year, or whether we think we have a handle on how the software operates.
So that's 6,000 for that annual support, and then 60,000. That's not just for the software. That's for staff time to input 10 years of permit data.
It's for the software provider. We would provide them with the information, and they would take it from our file system and associate it with the parcel, and then so that we can go back at least 10 years on any given parcel for the history of that, for the current history of any given parcel. So our staff are not spending the time doing that. We're hiring a third party to do that implementation.
Thank you. Everybody clear on that item, what it's for? So my expectation is there's not much input on pump replacement. Needed is needed. This is for stormwater piping, I assume, the $90,000 to put into Hender's Pond so that it can be pumped to directly to Wolf Creek through our recently added pumping system. Is that the idea of this?
This is an issue that this is to correct an issue that we became aware of I believe this year, where we have on the north end of 52nd Street and the north end of Lacombe, drainage from the road cuts across a private lot down into Hender's Pond. And the $90,000 is to create an engineered channel down the slope and through that private lot to ensure that the lot doesn't suffer further erosion and that the slope isn't impacted by the drainage into Hender's Pond any further. And so this would be I'd say a long-term but temporary solution until the north end of Hender's outline plan, the development north of the Hender's Pond comes to fruition. And once when they install their storm system, then this drainage would be captured in that storm system and no longer through this private lot. So depending on how long we think that would happen, it's probably 20 years from now before that develops. And so this would be the solution in the interim over that private lot.
Thank you. Councillor Connick?
So, sorry, where is this lot exactly?
Just west of Hender's Pond, north of Beardsley. Present.
Chief Cody?
So, oh, sorry.
Right here.
How long has that drainage cut through that private lot, to your knowledge?
Well, the drainage pattern in that area has not changed in a very long time, so it would since the city annexed that area, it's probably 15, 20 years.
So this is an inherited problem that we're proposing to correct it.
So this is a nice to have, but I mean, it's been like that for 4 decades now.
It's nice to have. The landowner's aware of it now. I don't think he was aware of it before, or at least he didn't come to us, and so he's requesting some correction of the issue.
So we could potentially spend $91,000 and then he could develop the lot and remove it?
Not and remove it. We would make sure to register an easement to protect the drainage channel, to make sure it was there in perpetuity. But yes, this is to facilitate development of the lot and prevent further degradation of the lot.
Cheaper just to buy them.
It's the same thing I asked, but sorry. So we also discussed the concept of just buying the lot as a cheaper option. Unfortunately, that actually doesn't resolve the potential slope stability issue that is created if we just leave it. And so we may still end up with costs to stabilize that slope, whereas this provides a solution.
So has there recently been a substantial degradation in the slope that would cause us to even consider this? It's been like this way for half a century. What's the call to action now?
There has been some grading that removed vegetation from the lots. And so with no vegetation to resist the erosion, the long-standing drainage patterns are actually causing significant erosion. We lost quite a bit of material in a very short amount of time and probably a road channel this deep in a couple of months developed. So that's where it has become apparent to the property owner, but we're not sure in the past if they were aware of this situation.
Any further on that item? Annual sidewalk, any comments, contribution there? 58th Street, $250,000 allocated for some additional sidewalks. Exactly where are those?
That is the extension of the sidewalk on the west side of 58th Street, south of 50th Avenue to the research station. So it connects from the path, by the path connection north from the research station along 58th Street.
And so if memory serves me correctly, on the majority of that, there's already sidewalk on the other side of this street or no?
The sidewalk just kind of ends on the 58th Street and terminates.
Just
Part of
south
the
of
way down.
48th, I think, from what I can see.
And so in the past, we've kind of been moving towards a system to implement those types of new structures when we do road construction. Why are we doing this one separately?
This one has been on a, I think Director June can schedule a bit more, but this has been considered part of a trail development project with the city's 10-year capital trails plan. And so perhaps maybe I can turn over to Director June to answer the questions.
Thank you, Director Thompson. So this is part of the Trans-Canada Trail, bringing the Trans-Canada Trail into the city, because the Trans-Canada Trail currently ends at the research station, and this is one of the legs that is required to bring that trail up and through the city and out the north end. My understanding.
So what's council's thoughts on that one for $250,000? Is it something we can wait until road upgrades are done, or want to go ahead with this, or what? Councilor Conick?
So right now, for my own clarity, so people are walking down the sidewalk up until,
Just past 48th,
and then they go on the road,
then they go on the road, yeah.
continue on until the trail starts, and then they continue.
So one of the drivers would be the construction of, completion of Lacombe County's trail, and this would provide a link to that trail, a continuous.
Not it to me, but
Do we have any kind of information, sorry,
Go ahead.
thank you, appreciate it. Do we have any kind of information on the amount of traffic, walking traffic down that road? That we, like, there's quite a few kids down in that far end, in the fourplexes and duplexes there. Do they utilize that road to walk to school?
Director Thompson?
That's a really good question. I know we've deployed pedestrian counters throughout the city to assess different traffic crossings. So I don't have the information in front of me, but certainly I can bring it forward on the 13th. Try to give an indication, what's the traffic volume, pedestrian traffic volume in this area? How does it compare to other areas compared to the city, if we've collected information from that area?
Okay, the next item up is the DART plan for $340,000. Who's going to go through that item for us? Director Thompson?
So this is, council will recall, administration proposed a plan and council ultimately adopted the $1.7 million over 10 years to reinvest in the downtown area and to implement some of the streetscape and infrastructure projects that were I guess highlighted or touched on in the DART, but weren't fully brought to fruition. And so in 2020, we are in 2020 and beginning of 2021 engaging in a public engagement plan and to flesh out the details of what are the community's priorities for the DARP area as far as infrastructure improvements go over the next 10 years. And this was identified as essentially a placeholder for the first year's funding commitment for that implementation plan. So $340,000 would be in place, or we have it in the 10-year plan every second year for now, depending on the detailed list from the DARP committee. That funding might get reallocated to associated with real projects, but for now, $340,000 will allow them to do a project in the downtown area next year. Up to that.
Because it reads, the way that it reads here, it's just for the plan itself. This is for some actual physical additions to the downtown?
This is actual physical infrastructure.
Okay. Because my expectation is it wouldn't be particularly well received. This was $340,000 to update the plan. Am I correct here?
Yeah.
And then the next one had a little over $500,000 for the rail crossing improvements to Highway 12.
This is to bring signalized crossings to Wolf Creek Drive and just north of Highway 12 on the east side of town.
Signalized, like.
The rail crossing itself would be signalized. It's not a traffic signal, sorry. Thanks for flagging that. It's to, at the rail crossing, at the at-grade rail crossing, the bells and the bars as well, to that intersection, to that crossing, to meet Transport Canada's design guidelines for those crossings.
And all indications are that that would be eligible and likely to receive significant grant funding that would pay for
80%.
80%, thank you. Of that project.
Thank you for that. And the next item up was the snow storage facility, and here it says dog park, and it was recreation area before. Dog park is called here. There was other stuff involved as well.
Yes, there
Other
is.
items.
Yes.
So $933,000. And although it seems insignificant compared to the capital input, $23,000 operating impact, is this somehow expected to cost more than the dog park that we have now to run, or what's that for? Is that what we're spending now? Or
It won't be for the dog park. We'll have no costs associated with it. It'll be electricity and additional clearing to maintain that road as an all-weather access. And there's lighting required because of the all day and night use that will sometimes kill.
And then the Len Thompson Drive is for $1.5 million is the proposed road rebuild and asphalt paving to Len Thompson Drive from where it intersects, or at two intersections to Wolf Creek Drive and down to the fish pond. All inclusive?
Yes, up to the fish pond, north of Wolf Creek Drive and south to 55th. It's 55th as Avenue as well. And again, there is 30% local improvement funding associated with that project.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor Chris. And so that's the outside contributions that you referenced here?
Yes.
Okay, and very quickly, those outside contributors have spoken with them and they're in favor of this project?
No, we have not yet initiated the local improvement process. And so there is still the opportunity for them to petition it down, should there be opposition to the project.
And then the Public Works Building for a capital cost of $4 million.
I think you skipped.
I'm sorry, I did. I was thinking that was the rail. That's not, I'm sorry, it's $730,000 for Highway 12 infrastructure improvement, which was continuing the asphalt from the 58th Street intersection eastwards as far as we can go to use up the funds that were available through the provincial government Grant?
I think slightly to the east of, I believe, the 58th Street intersection paving extended further east, where we have to get some additional work done, so I think it's a little bit further east than the 58th, but we have that correct area for sure.
And that was a decision made just last council, so we're going to spend a bunch of time on that, I'm assuming. And then the Public Works Building, $4 million allocation for it and $150,000 a year in operating, estimated at this time. See a few thumbs up. Very good. So, is there any items out of this extensive list that we're considering removing for consideration for the 13th meeting? Or are we leaving it as is for now?
That section's fine.
Because we can always eliminate them on the 13th.
Correct. So we'll move into community services. About $1 million proposed there. Some additional cemetery development. Anybody interested on going through that? No. Electronic community sign, proposed $115,000 and $20,000 here to operate it. Councillor Hoekstra.
My apologies to my fellow councillor here, but I cannot support that project at all, especially with the $20,000 operating impact. I don't think 2021 is the year to have a new community sign.
Okay, I guess when this came across, I was curious as to what was driving this. I think it would be nice to have some revenue generation for some of the service clubs and whatnot. I see the value in that. Although I'm not totally sold that the proposed location is going to garner as much interest as what we would like. That's the part that I have a problem with. So it's difficult for me to support at this time. Councillor Goldson.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. It's the exact right location because the main reason for that sign would be to support that arena, those facilities there, their activities. City Hall and what we're doing here, our messaging that we want to get out to the public. The schools are right there. It's an ideal spot to contact anybody that's involved at the schools. I think probably 35%, maybe a little bit better of the community drives past there on a daily basis and would potentially see that sign. As far as the revenues go, we would be saving money ourselves on a couple of sign rentals that we rent all the time. As far as competing with the Chamber of Commerce that my fellow councillor thinks that we're doing, absolutely not. I stopped and looked at that sign that they're running. That is not the idea of what this sign would be. This would be a messaging sign, getting things out to our citizens that's happening in the community. The chamber sign doesn't do that. It doesn't provide that information. If we had ran a few ads, that would be great. It would help cover the costs. It also would give extra value to our sponsors of the arena and those facilities up there. So I think it would be a valued addition to our community, whether it happens this year, next year, or whenever. But to write it off as not being worthwhile, I think is incorrect.
Councillor Hoekstra.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. So if the city would advertise on that, is that built into that $20,000 operating cost? It's not, right? So then
We're advertising now onto Magnet, for example, saying that there's a farmer's market, saying that this activity is happening that the city is sponsoring. We're putting signs up all the time saying there's things happening. So that wouldn't have to happen. You would have that on that side because that would be advertising our activities and our events.
Councillor Connick.
I think America's, I'm not so sure we can still we probably still have those signs, Councillor Clarkson, because
We do.
they're along the highway, and they see there's more vehicles going down Highway 2A, I would argue, than going by that corner. So I don't know if we can actually get rid of those other signs as you suggest.
Can I respond to that? When there's a sign sitting at the arena advertising something, I think that's what is that sign doing? The magnet sign sitting there. It's the exact same spot that this sign would be. Certainly, there's certain places in the community that, yeah, I would suggest on the highway, possibly not, but at the corner of Woodland Drive and Senior Trail, and there's a sign there often advertising city activities, Harvest Festival, things like that. But often one at the arena, you wouldn't need those signs if you had electronic sign. On the highway, absolutely, that's a different story. That's a different traffic. The one down at the arena is the center of our community and probably the most traveled area that we have.
Councillor Oakstrand.
Thanks, Creasy. Just to argue that, like, I don't know if I ever go into that area of town. I think there's a very large population that is not reached by the arena area, but I mean, we can argue this, but a long time, but I would have a hard time supporting to citizens that we have a $20,000 operating fee that goes along with this. That I was trying to find where it said that other communities, that comparable communities that have these signs, I think, well, they put those signs up, they didn't put it up in 2021. I just think the optics of doing this in 2021 is just not where I'm comfortable supporting. I'll leave it.
Okay, the next item was the Aquaplex boiler replacement. Obviously, that's a scheduled replacement. There's a lot of discussion on that. Pools aren't well attended, I don't think. The pool deck resurfacing. Obviously, it's a substantial area for $75,000. Is this what's pushing this at this particular time? Director Duke.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. This is for anti-slip, but also for bringing the pool surface back to refresh it and bring it back to life. It's quite dingy in there and seen as a desirable project.
I guess I was all in favor for doing the retiling whatnot of the pools. This one, I'm not so sure that could perhaps wait for a period of time. I'm not saying it won't ever have to be done, but I'm just like to see the maximum like squeezed out of it myself, but water tank, I don't know, a couple some parking lot light replacement in the arena and pool area. Generally seen as a security item. I doubt that anybody's going to be too drastically opposed to that. Am I correct? And arena lighting upgrade. So we have seen this in the past, and I'm just curious if this is in a different area or it's kind of happened up here for the lighting in that facility.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. This is replacing some additional lights with LED. There will be a cost savings, and also typically the county helps fund these capital projects to some %.
Which is nice. It's still real dollars. I mean, $33,000. It'll take us 50 years to recoup the electricity savings and all that. But I'm not saying we don't need lights. It's just this is every year we seem to have LED lighting upgrades in this facility. So I'm just wondering, are we getting close to being anywhere close to being done, or Chief Cowdy?
So you do see the capital item. What you may not recall is the funding behind it. There is often significant grants that have been made available for public facilities retrofitting to LED lights. And that's why you would have seen probably glut of them over the past 3 to 5 years is that we have been working closely to every year maximize our access to those grants. There's an annual limit, and so we have been making use of those grants for the possible.
Councillor Hibbs?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. The memo does include the rationale. Eligible for MCCAC grant, if accepted, would get 75% rebate, which would create payback savings in 2 years. So, I mean, there is that, right?
Next item, the micro bubble reduction equipment, ice quality related purchase. Is this an upgrade to the existing system used or a totally new system? What is this?
This is, thank you, Mayor Creasy. This is an upgrade to the existing system used. And again, it's one of the items identified by the energy audit, and it will be eligible for up to 75% grant back from the MCC program.
Which is great for those out there that don't understand the harm of the small bubbles of ice. Give us a brief rundown of that.
This allows less energy to be used as well when it comes to making ice.
Thank you. Netting at Hearthstone Park, $7,500. This was, refresh my memory, netting for
All done.
for straight balls.
Yeah, straight balls.
Feel free to jump in anytime if anybody has any questions or concerns. Dog park fencing, $18,000. What location is this slated for?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. This is the existing dog park that we have. The pond there has methane gas that's bubbling up, and the ice surface is never 100% stable. So the parks facility feels that this should be done anyway, even if the new dog park, sort of when the new dog park is developed. Alternatively, we can eliminate this project and use the snow fencing system that we've been using in past years.
I would just see that because I'm not sure I understand the rationale behind putting the fence there should the location of the dog park change.
Indeed, and the alternative also is to close that dog park location. I think that'll probably be advisable, and to simply lock up the fence that's currently there, the perimeter fence.
I would far prefer that than $20,000 worth of additional fencing around the pond.
Yes, absolutely.
Councillor Hoekstra, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. But I'm curious about, is this for the early part of 2021? The new dog park won't exist then?
What we're doing this year is we're going to have to install something in before the snow flies, before the ground freezes. So we're going to go back to the snow fencing, even though that is itself its own expense. I think it's about $3,000 or $4,000. It's a large amount every year, and it never lasts more than a year. So it's a significant amount of money that's being expended.
The Recycle Depot Community Park for $80,000.
So this is kind of a joint project with infrastructure and planning. This is to develop the area around the current recycle depot especially where the green waste is being deposited. Two purposes there is to create a park and potentially a community garden, which has been suggested as well, and eliminate or reduce the risk of continued dumping in that area that when it's not permitted and we're no longer providing that service.
I see this as being problematic, especially the first year after eliminating the green waste. Not smart for not shooting that. It might be a fine use for it down the road, but I think the first year after the green waste, I think this could be an issue myself, but.
I'm a little tentative on it too, just not leaping right into it. I do kind of like the idea overall, but I'm concerned about the timing.
Councillor Clark, did you have something as well?
Yeah, I'm just like, I mean, couldn't we just put up a fence? Like, we don't have to replace it with a park. I don't know, I just think you're gonna make this park, people are still gonna dump their loads there just to spite the park. Or you can put up a fence, that's gonna be hard to do. I don't know, it's a lot of money for.
I think this one's gonna be a bit of a hard sell for some. whatever that's worth. Councillor Jacobson?
Make a motion to continue past 9.
Thank you. Good timing, right out of the wire, 8:57. Motion before us, all those in favor? Those opposed? Thank you, Councillor Hoekstra.
I did have a discussion. I'll go past 9, but the air conditioning has to be turned off. I am frozen here.
Somebody was too hot earlier.
I know, but I can't tolerate this anymore, and I have no coat.
I'll have to go get a cup of coffee to warm up.
It's ridiculous.
That takes us down to the Les Walker Pond reclamation. And that was going to accomplish what for the 20,000?
So this, I guess this is an attempt to start the process, a phased process, very likely over a number of years, to try and restore the pond, to reclaim it from the invasive plant, the lily that's growing there. And it'll be
Iris.
Sorry, thank you. I was calling it lily. It's an iris, yellow flag iris or something of that sort, which is actually a provincial noxious weed, and it's something that we do have to control regardless of whether or not we're able to bring the park back to something that the public is thrilled with. We still have to control that weed and try and prevent it from.
Right. For myself, I think this might be a valued project one day. I'm just not sure that it's a priority, in my opinion, but certainly open to other input. Councillor Gullickson?
I'd be curious how it got in there. Did anybody have a boat on that little pond?
No, I don't. I think there's other ways.
Other ways it could get there.
Invasive virus is
How
transported.
much pressure is on us to take care of it? Like it says we got a notice to deal with it.
Minimal at this point, but certainly as much pressure as the province could bring if they wanted to about you harboring a prohibited noxious weed. For the most part, in the past, they've been sort of hands off and say, well, that's, you know, you're the local authority there, so you're responsible for enforcing the weed regulations of Alberta, and we're not really going to get involved. We've contacted Alberta Environment about this as much as 5 or more years ago. Like, they're aware of it. Unfortunately, it's so invasive and prolific that many municipalities are facing the problem.
And then for the parks, we have a top dresser.
This is an item that hooks onto existing tractors and applies grass and sand. Top dress is turf, it's for turf management.
And the next item for $15,000 for outdoor ice surface lighting. Specifically, which areas?
This is at Royal Oak Pond. And I believe also replacement at Crown Lake, an upgrade or replacement of that lighting.
So for me, those types of passive recreation, I think are pretty well utilized in this community. And I think that would be a wise investment for, quite frankly, I'm surprised that's all it is $15,000. But anything else? Kew Gardens playground replacement, $150,000. Scheduled item, like many of the other playgrounds that have been redone. Oddly enough, I have had some input on people, quite surprisingly, about this item. Not the specific area, but playgrounds in general. Ones who I thought would have been the country, didn't necessarily think that it was a priority at this time to upgrade them. I was quite surprised by that, but that's just input that I have received. Councillor Connick.
Well, I was just gonna say, kind of heard the opposite, because you just alluded to passive recreation, and these are great passive recreation spots. And quite frankly, these new playgrounds are pretty nice. Wish they had them when I was a kid.
I hear the one in Alex is tremendous.
So it's nice, and I'm glad that we're doing it.
And then the Lacombe Athletic Park upgrades. $250,000 for that. Councillor Hoekstra?
I said we're committed. Are we?
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
So,
Director Duke?
thank you, Mayor Rizzi. So I've had some discussion with LAPA President Jay Adamson and also with Treasurer Don Gustafson about this and their plans for phase 2. And as they mentioned tonight, they don't believe that they'll be able to do phase 2. Their phase 1 is fully funded with the money that they have currently. And I think that they're going to have to maybe strike a new plan or find a new way to approach the fundraising side and getting the funds that they need and maybe the in-kind contribution to reduce the cost of phase 2. I think phase 2 is a highly desirable project for them. They've wanted it for many years. And there are a number of different ways of approaching that. I think that a commitment of a capital project approval would encourage the group. But frankly, I don't see a need to do this in 2021. I believe that we can potentially put it off to 2022 as long as we strongly communicate our commitment to the group and to supporting them. And I know the county is also looking at this issue of which year will they start. And they're watching closely what we'll do. And I think that whatever we do, the county's going to respond in some way to the project and to our commitment.
Councillor Connick?
I'm a little confused now. So our contribution is for phase 1. That's starting now.
Not necessarily. We had committed, we put it in our plan for a contribution in 2021 last year and a second contribution in 2022 for a total contribution of $500,000 to the total project, not necessarily specifically to phase 1 or phase 2.
Sorry, I would say specifically not to phase 1. We were quite explicit to them that council's commitment is until you have the adopted budget, you do not have the commitment. And so if you are going ahead with phase 1, that is at your risk that there may not be any further funding from council until it's actually approved. So I would say, no, you are not contributing to phase 1 that is underway right now.
And as outlined, that is fully funded. So if in fact phase 2 is a year behind, as was suggested by presenters today, I think we owe it to our taxpayers to postpone these monies until such time as they're going to be utilized. To have them sit in, it's a significant amount of money just to sit there in limbo.
Well, at the very least, we should have some clarification for October 13th, that's for sure. Find out exactly.
Clarification in respect to.
Because I understood it wasn't fully funded. Like they got the grant from Amy Global, but I thought they were still short.
Of the whole project.
No, I thought you didn't have the initial.
No, that was for the running track, the phase 2.
Yeah.
But of course, we will double check.
Just double check, yeah, because it's the language section.
So I know everybody read this through, but I think one thing to consider is the proposed operating impacts is close to $250,000 should all of these items go through if you add them up for the operating. So the lion's share of which was the Public Works building, which has substantial operating costs now. So take that for what it's worth. But whatever decisions that we make on those, it does take funds to operate these facilities as well. Councillor Connick?
But just to be clear, that operating cost for that is the cost of borrowing, that's not to operate.
Correct.
Okay. I don't know that we necessarily give a ton of direction on more than a handful of items on the capital portion of the budget. Hopefully that assists somewhat. It'll make some more decisions on October the 13th.
Do we want a motion though,
I don't know that it's,
necessary?
if it really carries much weight at this point. You're free to make one if you so choose, but
Would you like me to, sorry,
go ahead.
would you like me to highlight the amendments that we would be bringing back on October 13th based on the discussion tonight?
I think that would be helpful.
Okay. Starting at the top, I have the following changes made. For now, we'll be leaving the former Parkland Regional Library building renovations item in. We're gonna have a discussion tonight, further discussion on the 13th potentially. There's nothing else removed from the corporate services area. In the operations and planning area, there's no directed removals. We were going to look to bring back some potential pedestrian count data if available for in support of the 58th Street sidewalk extension. Looking at making sure the names are clear on the downtown area redevelopment urban design plan implementation, as well as the snow storage facility and rec facility, recreation facility. There's no other changes directed in that area. In the community services area, there was discussion with the electronic community sign, no direction. There was direction, or I received direction to remove the dog park fencing item from this year's budget, $18,000, as well as the recycle depot community park. And I would say that one, I'm inferring a bit there. So we will be taking it out, and if you feel strongly about its inclusion, make a motion at the 13th meeting. And then removal of the Lacombe Athletic Park Association upgrades, pending confirmation that there isn't any work underway currently or in 2021 that relies on that funding. Those are the total changes.
Okay. I know it's a small one with respect to the jaws of life. I'm just curious, what is it that's prompting us to require a second unit at this particular time?
It's basically the fact that there's been multiple calls at the same time where there's committed vehicles out on Highway 2 and nothing for accidents within the city. So that's just basically what has prompted it.
That there could be an accident, a second accident that requires them.
It has occurred once for sure, yeah.
Okay.
$50,000 to save a life.
Yeah, if it does, yeah, sure. Director Duke?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. A question of clarification. So with regards to the Lacombe Athletic Park Association contribution that had moved out of the 10-year capital plan into the 2021 capital budget, if council is wanting to not approve that for 2021, would council like to see it back in the plan and the 2022 contribution then slid to 2023 as well? This is a plan question.
That was my impression, but anyone else?
I think that would be fair unless the clarification brings up something that we're not aware of at this moment, but yes.
Very good. So was there any other items that not brought back or additional information for the 13th on the capital?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. So I guess my question to administration would be, do you need a motion to make that formal, or is the direction adequate?
The direction is adequate. However, one item that I missed, when I'm just going through my notes again, is that we are going to review the City Hall renovation project as well and look at including shuffling the phasing to make sure that there's a council component for consideration as well, council chambers component. And
everybody's okay with that? Very good. was so much fun, perhaps we should move into the 10-year plan.
Thank you, Mayor Christie. Tonight, administration is presenting the first draft of the 10-year capital plan. So that is from 2021 to 2030. We are going to be amending the 10-year plan for those changes that council has indicated. But this will be the first draft for council consideration. One thing that I want to highlight is when you approve the capital plan, council is not authorizing administration to go ahead and make expenditures in the future. It is only a plan. That's why there is an annual budget that council approves. But it is a plan, and the plan can be amended according to council's direction. We have highlighted some of the major projects in the 10-year plan, as you can see on pages 2 and 3. One of them being the Public Works Building, CNE trail upgrades, the fire hall that is coming up in years 23 and 24. We are also highlighting the Lacombe Athletic Park running track, which is an item that was just discussed, the previous item. So we'll be making changes accordingly. Item number 5, Tower 1 aerial truck. That is an item that is coming in 2025. One thing that is important to note about that item is that that item has been lowered. The cost used to be 2.6 million, I believe. And it has been decreased, and Director Piche can speak a little more about that item. Would you like to?
Yeah, thank you, Senior Manager Reyes. Yes, the tower truck has been reduced already by $1 million, or approximately 1 million, maybe 1.1 million. It has been reviewed as to what the need for that truck is and what we can replace it with at a much more lower cost and just be as efficient. The agility of the vehicle itself makes it hard to get into some smaller areas and cul-de-sacs. So we're going to go with a smaller vehicle and have ladders on it, and it'll be just as usable for what we need for the height of our buildings in the city.
Thank you, Director Piche. And the last item that we have highlighted is the Pump House B upgrade reservoir, which is coming in 2024 and 2025. And I will let Director Thompson highlight some aspects about that item.
Sure. So our 2013 water model identified a longer-term need to increase our water storage capacity within the community. And we know that Pump House B is nearing the end of its life, as you can see by some of the pump replacements that are certainly needed in the shorter term. And so we have inserted a cost here to do some design and ultimately construction of what will be a new reservoir. The costs identified here they're not sufficient to build a new standalone reservoir for the long-term needs of the community. So the engineering and the work identified in 2024 will be key in identifying what the actual capital costs are needed long-term. We have thought about ways of combining resources and perhaps building a more regional reservoir on some of the development in the west area. That would help meet the city's needs as well as some needs west of Highway 2. So we hope to develop those ideas a little bit further in the next few years in order to propose or clarify some of the capital funding needs moving forward in this project.
Thank you, Director Thompson. One thing that I want to also highlight is that for projects 1, project 3, project 5, and project 6, The major source of funding for those projects is going to be borrowing. In the capital plan, every project is fully funded. In these projects that I just mentioned, they will be funded with debt, so borrowing. And speaking of borrowing, one of the things that is important for council to consider is the fact that interest rates are at historic lows. So right now, the city is able to borrow for 30 years for around 2.1%, which is very low. And keep in mind that that rate stays the same for the whole 30 years. It's different to a mortgage, a residential mortgage, which normally the contract is for about 5 years, even though the amortization is 25 years. In the case of the city, whatever rate we get is what is locked for the entire term. So what it does is it basically lowers the cost in regard to payments, not only interest, but also payments in total. So the impact on taxes is minimal when rates are low. And one thing that I think is always something that administration would recommend is to extend the life of the loan as long as the asset has a long life. So for assets that have a 40-year life, it makes a lot of sense to borrow for 30 years. And if the life of the asset is longer, it can be slightly longer term too.
I'd like to just add in, if I could, to this. So one of the things that is different about municipal finance versus personal finance or even private business finance, the outlook, especially in a growing community like Lacombe, two things that I would highlight. One, in your personal life, you are the beneficiary of whether you borrow today or you borrow in the future, it's all your money. You're the person receiving benefit from whatever you're buying and no one else. It's kind of a closed system. Here in the city, when you have these 20, 30-year time horizons, it's very reasonable to expect that a lot of your citizens will come, they may leave, it'll be a bit of a shift. You do have some very long-term residents, but most residents today are kind of like 10, 15-year lifespans. So they should be paying for the infrastructure that they are using and receiving service from at that time. And when you front-end load the financing through advanced loan payments on the front end, you're really disproportionately bearing that burden on today's residents. The other thing that is different from personal finance or business finance is that if you look out 20 years from today, and again, you're dealing with these really long time scales, 20 years from today, the city of Lacombe should conceivably be just about 50% larger than it is today. And so your ability to make payments on those kind of timescales increases over time. So deferring payments actually makes more sense than it would if you were looking at it, when you see these buy furniture now, don't pay for 5 years. That's not what is being proposed here. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thanks very much.
But along with that increased population comes increased demand for additional infrastructure as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you, CEO Gaudi. One thing that I want to bring your attention to is the appendices that we included in the report. So on appendix number 1, we want to give you a snapshot of what a 10-year capital plan looks like. And as you can see, for the first 5 years, we have identified some major projects coming in. In the last 5 years, we have identified some projects, but as you may guess, there'll be things that we will be adding every year. So that's why you see that the graph looks more like we have lots of projects that are in the first 5 years and not a lot in the last 5 years. So that obviously will be changing over time as we identify more projects that will be needed to be added to the 10-year capital plan. On appendix number 2, we have included the 10-year capital funding. So basically we are letting council know how we will be funding the projects. And this is a very high level graph. So it's not telling you which projects are being funded by what, but it is telling you that the entire capital plan is being funded, and it tells you approximately how much each year from each funding source. Appendix number 3, that's a 10-year loan payment projections. What that's telling you basically is we have loan payments right now. How much are they going to be changing as we borrow more, right? Every year that we are proposing to borrow more funds, how much are the payments going to be changing by? Based on today's rates and based on 30 years. So as you can see from 2021, it's slightly above $2.3 million. In 2025, that will be increasing to slightly over $2.5 million. And we have also separated those, some of them are utility funded and the rest are tax funded. So you can see that.
So that is for the total debt servicing, that's principal and interest, correct?
Correct.
Keep going.
So I'm going to take over for the last graph from Senior Manager Reyes, which is this green graph, and this is actually my greatest interest this evening, is to make sure that I leave you understanding the impact, the meaning of this graph. Because, of course, as administration, we are always concerned when we see deviations and tax rate changes below CPI, that is going to erode our ability to provide service in the future. And one of the things that I asked Mauricio to do when he's joined us, is to create a better, more clear package for council to see what the impact of your 10-year capital plan is on taxes, because that's something I've been really concerned about in the past. Is we say the plan is fully funded, and we say what the tax or the debt servicing is each year. But I'm not sure that it's ever really been fully explained. And so I want to make sure that we're doing that tonight. So what you're seeing here tonight, if you take it as a truth that the municipality's costs will go up with inflation, and that over time, in any given sufficiently long time span, let's say 5 years or 10 years, that the inflation the municipality experiences will match the Alberta CPI, then your tax rate policy will provide you those funds. However, to fund the 10-year capital expenditures that you have planned, there is an increased tax rate that is required to meet your debt servicing each year. That is on top of any inflationary costs that you would incur. So the debt servicing associated with your current 10-year plan requires, again, I'm going to just accept it as fact that inflation is a true number. Inflation will be inflation. The city really does need to increase by inflation just to provide the same services. If you accept that as fact, in 2021, you need to look at carrying additional debt that is going to require a tax rate increase of 0.6%. In 2022, the plan would require an additional tax rate increase related to capital funding of 0.6%, 0.38%, 0.68%, and 0.5%, respectively. So you average those out, and you would be looking at 0.5% tax rate increase every year on top of CPI to meet your capital replacement and acquisition plan. So to put this in perspective, the city of Red Deer a few years back adopted what they call the 1% for capital policy, where they include a tax rate increase of 1% every year in addition to their operating needs related to funding their capital needs. Other municipalities, larger municipalities themselves, also look at these things because it is a sustainable that is a sustainable means of moving forward. Now today, Mauricio and I have been working for quite some time, and others in the organization, and just highlight us, in looking at ways that we can use your existing funding sources without having a tax rate impact. And so we do think we have ways to do that, but it isn't magic. I said earlier tonight when we were talking about the police that when you have the whole view, like council has to have, you only have one place to get money, and that's still true. So we're going to propose some debt consolidation, some refinancing. There is some franchise fee, matching the median of our comparable communities. And I think in the long term, we have some strategies to mitigate this, but I am very concerned that if you pile on less than CPI tax rate increases year after year, you are going to get behind, and eventually you're going to have a problem where you have to true up or really take a hard look at your 10-year capital plan and say, unfortunately, we can't afford those things. And so the reason that I really want to bring this, we've always said it's fully funded. I think Councilor Hoekstra last year maybe had said, we're fully funded, but fully funded by debt. And we said, well, yeah, that's the issue, that if you actually layer a constraint of the CPI, your annual budget and taxation policy, the CPI policy over top of the 10-year capital plan, you run into problems because you say, well, CPI just meets the increased cost of insurance and electricity and gas that we all pay. How am I going to cover this? And I think we can do it if we are making those long-range decisions for the city's financial viability. I think otherwise you will, like I say, get into a spot where you either have a tax rate increase that exceeds your policy, which I know no one here wants to do, or review some of your capital expenditures. And when I look at your 10-year capital plan, I don't see a lot of frivolous spending. I don't see a lot of new bells and whistles. I see replacement of existing assets that are in many cases at or past the end of their life. And I see modest growth related acquisitions, but there's nothing there that I can point to say, well, just don't pave Simi Trail. That's a pretty difficult thing to sell to the community. So I make this impassioned plea to you to please consider that annual budget taxation policy and look at whether deviation from it, either upwards or downwards, is viable in the long term.
So, Chief Kelly, just for those graphs and financial outlooks, have you taken into account the reductions that are going to be expected from the province for the replacement to MSI, the expected drop in police funding grants?
So we have taken some drops in MSI into account. So for the grant funding is based on funding agreements currently in place, so confirmed grant funding. We have not factored in any drops in the municipal policing, the annual policing grant, or the new officer grant. And as you know, the municipal policing grant is around 330,000, I think.
And that's in operating.
In operating, and the new officer grant is $100,000. So if those two grants are in peril, then certainly there's some significant costs for the municipality. Now, on the plus side, it's not all doom and gloom. I'm pleased to announce that the province has actually provided further detail on the operating support funding that they announced in July. And so the municipality is in place to restore or replace the majority, if not all, of the lost revenue and increased expenses that we incurred due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So that definitely will hedge some of these issues, but it's not a long-term solution. And that's the concern
if you layer a 0.5% shortfall and then a 0.5%, over time, it will start to become difficult to manage.
Councillor Clark?
So for my own clarification, so CPI this year is?
1.6%.
Right, and so we have said that we'd like to see a 0.8% tax increase. So you're saying 0.6 of that will go towards capital projects, we have 0.2.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes, I'm saying that your consideration should be, I would recommend consideration of a 2% tax increase.
Councillor Gullikson?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I just have a question regarding our debt. Is there debt that's coming off now? That can be kind of manipulated, this just added on to that total, and this is at a much better rate than the debt that should be coming off at this time, right?
Manager Reyes?
Thank you, Mayor Christie and
Councillor Gullikson.
Councillor Gullikson. On this graph that you see, the last graph on the 10-year new debt impact on taxes, that is the net impact. So basically, any loans that are maturing in the next 5 years, those loans have been taken off from the payments. Therefore, what you see there is the net impact. So any loans that we will not be paying in 2022, for example, are not included there. And so yeah, so it's been
taken off of this already.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone else?
You want to talk about the Trinity capital plan?
If you'd like to.
Well, I'm just curious, I thought we put the kibosh rating on, maybe we just pushed it back. That Lake Antic gravity feed storm main, I see it's in 2022, 2023, but I thought.
It was actually pushed back. We double checked to make sure it was deferred, not fully. So go back. Council had said, maybe we should defer that. And then I said, actually, it would help some of the negotiations we have currently ongoing if we could defer it rather than cancel it altogether.
So,
Manager Reyes?
Thank you, Mayor. There is only a couple of things that I want to highlight on the 10-year plan. One of them is that by borrowing what we are projecting to borrow, our debt levels will be between 25 million and 30 million in the next 5 years. And why that is important? It is important because that tells you that we are not getting too close to our ceiling, and we are not getting too close to the 75% self-imposed ceilings that we have, which would be, by then, by 2025, will be roughly 40 million. So we would be within 50 or 55% of the legal debt limit. It just so council knows that where we would be sitting at. And another thing that I want to mention is that based on our projections, reserves will be maintained somewhere between $8 and $9 million. They would not be significantly increased, but they would be maintained within that range based on the plan that we have.
Thank you. So a little more fodder for thought on the 13th on the 10 years. Is that what we're? I found it interesting. You mentioned the C&E redo for, in all honesty, for $7 million for that road north. Yeah, it's convenient for a very small part of our population. But I would like to see the overall impacts of that for the actual cost of it, because that if anything was going to be cut from the tenure, that would be one that I would certainly be willing to consider.
So I think that a portion of that, for, you get too excited about cutting just that part, is actually the widening and urbanization of the Scenic Trail north of Woodland Drive, where it's got ditch drainage and there's no curb and gutter and that sort of thing. So there is a portion of it that's within the city itself. But certainly you're right, the portion north of Henners is very low volume.
So once again, I don't know that we necessarily need a motion on this item this evening, did we? So if it's okay with council, we'll move on. I just noticed on our screen here that we have a individual CT. Can I assume that that is Teal from Community Planning Services?
That is correct, Mayor Creasy.
My sincere apologies. I was unaware that he had been waiting this long to be here.
No, he was aware of the delayed start. He has not been waiting since 5 o'clock.
Okay. That makes me feel better because it's listed here as Director Thompson, and if I didn't know that we were paying for somebody to sit and wait for 6 hours, yeah, okay. Very good. Anyway, we'll move into item 5.4, the Trinity Crossing Outline Plan. Director Thompson.
Actually, Greg Teal, our planner Teal is on the line, and so
Okay, thank you, Your Worship, members of council. Just a quick test. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So the purpose of this RFD is to present proposed changes to the Trinity Crossing Outline Plan. They were put forward by Lacombe Development earlier in this year, starting with a pre-application meeting in January, and then leading to a formal application to amend the existing plan around mid-April of this year. The crux of the overall change is to add a second R6 or second apartment site to the existing plan, to the immediate west of the existing apartment site, which is just north of the commercial site in the area. In essence, it adds or increases the total number of units in the area upon full build out from 217 to around 280-ish, so adding a net of 64 units, and increases the density from around 15.5 dwelling units per hectare to just a sliver over 20 units per hectare. Bearing in mind that we're talking about a relatively small neighborhood. This is not a full quarter section. It's less than a 40-acre block of land, and sometimes when we do a couple of apartment buildings in those small areas, the density very quickly heads to the higher end of the spectrum. I'm going to skip through the report on the assumption that you have a chance to take a look at the graphics. If you go down to page 181 and 182 in your package, you start seeing a bit of a before and after, showing an area where there was a small close for R1 single attached dwellings just north of the commercial, and it's highlighted in red, an area that's being displaced by that second apartment site. And then the P loop to the immediate north is getting kind of trimmed to the cul-de-sac. And that really is the major change in the plan. There's a few other little cleanup things, such as changing the reference to the old R1C residential district to match the current land use bylaw, altering one or two PULs, moving a trail just across the north part of the multifamily site from the north side of the road to the south side, so it lines up better with the park system. There are no other changes to the low density other than the cul-de-sac area that's been displaced. The open system remains the same. The road patterns, other than the trimming of that cul-de-sac, moving of a lane, remains the same. It really does come down to a change in density, housing form and type, and then overall housing mix. In terms of the fit or how it matches up the more senior plans in this area, the municipal development plan and the North Area Structure Plan are the ones that are applicable. They contain similar policies when it comes to density and housing mix. In both cases, they encourage a 15 unit per gross developable hectare minimum floor and encourage densities higher than that level, possibly even looking at incentives over the 20 mark, which are yet to be defined or put in place by council. On the housing mix policy, the housing mix that's allowed, Really, the limitation is on how much single-family dwellings can be in an area, and the rule is that it can't be more than 70%. So this plan tips the balance, if it's approved by council, to about a 47% overall housing stock in that 35 block area being detached dwellings or low-density housing, and 53% being multifamily dwelling units. So certainly within the parameters of detached dwellings not exceeding 70% and multifamily being at least 30%. So in that respect, the proposed changes match up with those senior policies from those two plans. The overall process, once we received the formal application, Your Worship, which came in about mid-April after the Trinity Crossing Phase 2 subdivision was addressed, Lacombe decided to prioritize that and then move on with the proposed changes for the apartment site. Went through an internal review through the May and June period, and then ultimately went out to, once the administration had a chance to provide some feedback to the director or to the developer, the document went out for public review. Courtesy of COVID, we certainly had to change the normal practice on that. The usual face-to-face, in-person open house was replaced with online and more social media type tools over a 3 to 4 week period, where materials were posted on Facebook by the city, posted on the city's website, a small video with an explanation, full copy of the actual proposed plan for people to read it in full and provide their own feedback, opportunities to call and talk to staff, which some people did avail themselves of that, and the opportunity to, sorry, I went over asking the questions. Some of the tools we used to reach out included letters that are typically sent to all landowners within 60 meters of the subject site. So those are individuals that live within the existing neighborhood and around the outer perimeter. And then the developer was responsible for placing 2 ads in 2 weeks back to back in the Lacombe Express. We received approximately 11 comments. 11 individuals chose to comment. Some of them actually commented twice. And about half of those came in within the first 48 hours of our posting on Facebook in the social media. But then the rest trickled in over the course of the remaining 3.5 to 4 week period. Certainly, we've heard some themes and some concerns from those individuals that shared their thoughts with us. Those have been characterized by the Stantec summary report that's attached to the RFD into the 4 themes that you see on page 184 of your agenda package. Increased traffic, definitely a strong theme, and especially concerned about how 2 intersections along Terrace Heights Drive, Telford Crescent, I believe, and Trinity Street being close together, 2 T intersections, and how they interact with sight lines, on-street parking, and pedestrian crossing to and from the school on one side, residential generally to the north, and around the school site to the south. Concerns around change of character of the surrounding area in terms of the housing forms are changing, views will change. There could be an impact on property values. Reduced privacy for existing properties came up as a theme as well, in addition to, the changing views and not looking across the farmer's field anymore and seeing an apartment building if it's approved by council. And then we had a small category requesting for additional information about more precise details about when the building would go up, if it's approved, what kind of landscaping, what kind of architectural appearance, those sort of things. In responding to some of the feedback that we received from the public, administration had asked the developer to add some text, which you can see on page 6 of the RFD, page 184 of your agenda package, to specifically address some of the traffic concerns. And there will be an increase in traffic as a result of 64 additional units being added to the area or proposed for the area. The engineering assessment that was done in support of the outline plan looked at traffic in terms of the infrastructure capacity to deal with an increased volume over time. And physically, the infrastructure itself is capable of dealing with that added volume and looking at the build out of the area. So we don't need a bigger intersection per se, but there are some concerns with how people are crossing the street, what kind of sight lines they do have. Those operational issues are suggested to be part of an ongoing management program or review by administration. And if need be, things can be modified or altered at those 2 intersections to ensure that it functions properly and is safe for all users. This text basically says it's something that is partially already underway, and if need be at the time of development permit, when the apartment building does come forward, it'd be an opportunity for city administration to look in more specific detail and see things such as if there's a need to put up pedestrian flasher lights as a result of the increased population from the apartment building, that may be an item that gets looked at the time of development permit. The second theme that's related to transportation or traffic has been the issue of a long-term secondary access. And Trinity Street itself is planned to extend north to the north boundary of the Lacombe property, but then continue further to the north and eventually hook out to the west to tie in with Steny Trail, which will provide that long-term secondary access. Nonetheless, at the time of the second R6 site being developed, that is another item that the text of that's been added to the outline plan is intended to flag and look at more detail, and that could take the form of an emergency access only off a Steny Trail if that was deemed to be necessary. The rest of the public feedback, Your Worship, I'm going to leave you to read the appendix that's at the back. There's two of them. One is some thoughts and views from Stantec Consulting on behalf of the developer. And there's also some additional feedback from administration in terms of talking about some of the themes that we sometimes do here as we look at changes to our urban landscape in our attempt to build the city, that views do change. People do express their concerns. There will be some impacts on traffic. Sometimes there are tools that we can use to mitigate and manage some of those. Could be landscaping, could be sensitive building orientation at the time of development permit. Other times it's the operational issues such as the proposed approach to the existing intersections. With that, Your Worship, I'd recommend that they go to the recommendation in the RFD, which is to approve the proposed changes to the Trinity Crossing outline plan as shown in the document that is attached and dated September 2020. I'd be happy to field any questions, Your Worship, that council may have.
Thank you, Planner Teal. Appreciate you going through that with us. I'm just curious on the before and after the proposed amendment. Just a reminder, I think perhaps someone has their mic left on. Might want to make use of the mute if you're not speaking, so we can't hear the background noise. Thank you. On the current approved plan and the after proposed amendment plan, there's a large section in the upper left-hand corner that's outlined in a red dashed line. And then on any of the other plans where it shows the second site for the apartment, it doesn't include that portion. I'm just wondering why that is. Is it because it reverted back to the same R1C? Print on that is rather small, or what is the reason behind that?
Yes, okay, thank you, Worship. I think so on the two that are on page 182 in your package, that's where they're stacked up and down. Those ones are provided by the developer who's specifically zeroing in on just the area where most of the changes are occurring. Whereas the other graphics that are, granted you do have to flip back and forth between them, show the entire area, all 35 acres that's covered in the plan. So you can see that things have remained the same, but most of the changes are in those red circled areas on that too, before and after document.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Connick?
Thank you, Mayor Christie. So I know this is, Craig, this is just a change to the outline plan, and you make reference in here that the details of the layout are not provided at this stage, but do you have any idea as to the alignment of this new apartment building? Will it run east-west or will it run north-south, or do we have any idea at all at this stage?
Okay, Your Worship, just highly preliminary. Just looking at the shape of the site, I would say a north-south orientation. So if you imagine the existing building, there could be a north-south orientation, and that would fit along the west edge. It could also be an east to west orientation. It's not quite square, so that'd be a shorter distance for a building. The other possible configuration that Lacombe could yet look at is kind of the elbow L-shaped building and pull it down in the corner. So at this stage, Your Worship, those are all guesses on my part. We don't have any detailed or formal submissions that would say this is exactly the layout on the site.
Right, thank you. And at this point for the outline plan, those are certainly not required, correct?
Yes, that is correct. What we do look for at the outline plan stage is basically confirmation that we have a big enough size of site to hopefully meet the land use requirements, typically building yards and parking requirements. If you're saying it's a 75 unit building, does it really match up with the land use requirements, and have you provided enough land to be able to meet those land use those requirements at a future date?
Anybody require any additional information or clarification? Councillor Jacobson?
Move that council approve the amendment to the Trinity Crossing outline plan shown on the plan dated September 2020.
Thank you for that. I'm sure that several of you received the same letters from some particularly concerned individuals about this, as I expect that Planner Teal did. I think one of the problems with some of these high-level plans is that when people move into a new area, while they like the way things are, they have difficulty with development, and I really don't know how to properly prepare people for the fact that not only is there infills within the city, but as the city grows, it has to grow somewhere, and if you're in a new area, that is precisely where it's going to be. So at the risk of not impressing some of them, I find myself very much in favor of this plan, at the risk of disappointing some of those individuals that contacted me. But such is the way with development, it goes in properties that are not developed, and when you choose to live next to them, that's where it's going to go. So anybody before we consider a vote on motion as put forward by Councillor Jacobson? Okay, then I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? It is carried by a 4-2 margin. And for the record, Councillors Hoekstra and Hibbs were opposed. Correct? Good. Thank you. We're flying right along now. We're already through page 1 of 2. And we move into administrative reports, item 6.1 for the Chief Administrative Officer report, please.
The website successfully launched. The active voting fair was there. We were there. We had a minor issue where we have overbilled Lacombe County for some of our recycling services because of the increased cost that we had. And we had just applied a flat rate, so we do have a bit of a true up there that we're working through with them. It will affect our actual finances, but some administrative work that we're gonna have to do. Air quality testing was completed for City Hall following an inspection by the Occupational Health and Safety Department. Ministry. There was some minor air quality issues identified in select locations, including council chambers. No surprise there. We suspect that some of it has to do with kind of stale air, and a lot of it will be the retrofit of this building over time has created HVAC patterns, like inlet and outlet air patterns that aren't effective. And so you get stale air in certain spots. So we have let staff know that, so we're looking at some ways to mitigate it, make sure we get fresh air moving through. We did get funding confirmation, or sort of the North Red Deer Regional River Water Services Commission did get confirmation of funding availability of about $39 million to extend the regional line north of Panoka. The commission itself isn't at the stage of moving ahead with that project yet. They're still waiting for confirmation from the province of Alberta prior to moving ahead, but it's a positive step. The money has been allocated. And that's the limit of what I would highlight.
Thank you. Any Questions on CEO Gaudi's report? Move on to council mailbox. A request letter for water bill dated August 11th, as you recall. Mr. Russ was here to answer questions, present his case. Points to some items here that he felt were perhaps unclear or unfair in the process. Having reviewed those notes, is there anybody that would suggest that we need to reconsider that request? Didn't expect that there would be, but I think for due course, because of the reasons that he has outlined, I thought I'd better ask the question at least. Seeing none, and if there's no additional comments, from anyone? What's our comment, no?
It's not gonna make a difference.
Well, I wouldn't say that, it might, but next up, we've got several commission, board, and committee reports. Some from the Lacombe Police Commission. Any questions there? Comments? And Parks, Recreation, and Culture. And then Riverwater Regional Wastewater. Any questions on either of those? If not, we can move into council reports. Councillor Goetsen.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. My report is there. I guess the one concerning thing that came out of all this was the Lacombe Days meeting. We had 3 members of our committee leave us, so it has put us under a little bit of stress. So if you know anybody interested in being on the Lacombe Days committee, please let them know there are spots available.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Goetsen? Councillor Hoekstra.
My report is there as well. Just to add to the board meeting that I had today, the Lacombe Foundation is in a fairly good financial spot. They have managed well following COVID, but it has been highly stressful for staff. The Lacombe Foundation has agreed to be part of supporting the Tricon group with their affordable housing contract in the Lacombe Hotel, that they will vet people who apply to live in that building.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Hoekstra? Councillor Jacobson? Councillor Gibbs? Councillor Carter? Well, Heather, so that concludes the information section 6. So we could move for Councillor Connick.
I'll make that motion to accept those items for information.
For information, thank you very much. All those in favor? Unopposed, thank you. And then we've got minutes from previous meeting of September 14th, regular council meeting. We had an opportunity to review. Councillor Gibbs.
They look beautiful. I move that we pass them as presented.
As amended, if you please, Council, if you'd indulge me, I have just made 2 minor amendments by including Mr. Vaughn, who was omitted inadvertently, and Mayor Creasy remote to 5:28 p.m. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for that update.
Okay.
For everyone, we appreciate that. So as amended is fine?
That's what I meant to say.
Absolutely. Any comments or there's no, all those in favor? Very good, all in favor, thank you. And then we have a notice of motion, Councillor Goetsen.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. This is a motion that I brought forward last November, and I brought it back now because I think it's timely. That council direct administration to prepare a report to committee outline the possibilities of an expanded use of Connects within the city of Lacombe. And if I can speak to that motion.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. For example, we had a meeting with AHS the other day, and there's a possibility of using Connects to do more medical transfers from Red Deer, and would be potential revenue there, I would think, for it, if we work that out. Instead of using ambulances, using Connect Bus where possible. Also, I would think with the city of, or the town of Black Falls bus, we'd be able to look at that and see what they're doing with their bus at this time. I know theirs is an intercity bus, not intra-city, but there is potential there for more information. And there's lots of examples of buses similar to this being used around the province. So I think it's a good opportunity for us to look at the expanded use of our buses, either by a dial-a-bus or something similar to that might be there, or possibly some, peak bus routes to serve our community. Whatever would work the best, but I think if we take our time and look at, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. I'm sure there's other examples out there how to run it. I think Cochrane has a really good dial-a-bus system that they're trying. I don't know how successful it is, but it's something to look at. So that's my motion, and that was my reasoning behind it.
Thank you, Councillor Gillison. Speaking of timing, what was there an expectation of timing? I guess the reason I ask that is that this is a rather
bad time of year to be looking at.
Strenuous
Yes.
time for
I
administration.
would say no, just put it in the works to be looked at, because probably would take at least, I would think we wouldn't see anything implemented till next fall, the changes.
So, possibly the start of Q2 for next year, you'd like to see some preliminary information?
Well, as soon as, don't rush, just if you have a chance, get it done.
Chief Cuddy?
So maybe what I could offer is that we are bringing back at our next committee meeting the annual strategic plan update, and we've got some recommendations for changes to some timelines and priorities and new things, that sort of thing. And if council passes this motion tonight, then we would put that into the strategic plan, and you can assign we'll suggest a timeline, and you can give us direction whether that's suitable or not, if you would like to see this report undertaken.
Any questions or concerns from anyone? So for the motion, for the noticeable motion then, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
It is a motion now.
This is the motion.
It's a notice of motion when he's trying to.
The notice of motion.
Now it's a motion.
So I will call for the vote. All those in favor? Those opposed? Very good. Thank you. So another one to put in the works for back in the future for us. And thank you, Councillor Gibbs. It's now 10:06, and once again,
Motion to go in camera.
motion to go in camera at 10:06. All those in favor? None opposed, thank you.